Hi all, I welcome you all to this course. Before understanding the course structure, let us understand what is the need of this course. So first, you have planned you will be learning JavaScript, and after that you will be selecting React library to learn, and successfully you have completed, and now you are in a situation where you can create lot of React apps, and also you are very comfortable with React. So what you thought? You thought you will be applying for job as a React developer. So once you are comfortable with React, you thought you are just going to get the job as React developer. But while applying for React developer, in most of the job description, you found Redux. Now at this point, you are feeling very low. Why? Because while learning React, you have already started with Redux. But what happened? Before reaching the end goal, in between, you have quit. There can be many reasons of quitting, but most probable would be Redux is very difficult to understand. So as a beginner, if you get started with Redux, then you will be finding it difficult to understand Redux structure, because to master Redux, first we should be having more understanding on some of the React concepts. And those React concepts you have learned, but you are not able to apply that concept in real world. So that is the reason you will not understand Redux, and finally you are going to quit. But after seeing this Redux in job description, what you will do? You will just enroll into some courses, or you will watch YouTube tutorials to start your journey again. But again, directly if you start again, you will not understand anything. But now you do not have to worry. Why? Because I will be showing you complete roadmap to master Redux. Once you follow this roadmap, there is no one who can stop you from understanding Redux, because Redux is one of the most loved and hated library in web development. So let's get started with the roadmap. So first off, you should be understanding about useReducer hook, and easily you can understand core concept of state management through pure functions. Then we are having second stop, that is learning about context API. So here we are going to have use context hook. So using this hook, you will be having idea of sharing state between different components without prop drilling. And also it is simple than Redux, because it will give you an idea of how context based state management works. Then we are having third stop, that is our Redux. Finally, once you are comfortable with use reducer and use context, then learning Redux will be more easy, because Redux is built on those concepts, but it provides structured way to manage state. And also Redux will introduce idea of global store, middlewares, and also powerful debugging tools. So once you are comfortable with useReducer and context API, then learning Redux will be very easy. Then finally, we are having modern toolkit, that is our Redux toolkit. So using this, we can simplify lot of boilerplate from our traditional Redux. So after mastering Redux, if you learn Redux toolkit, then most of the concepts will be abstracted, which make Redux easier to use, and also it will be very efficient. So now the question is, why do you want to learn all these things if you only want Redux? First of all, this use reducer, this context API is a part of React. So if you want to become React developer, you should be having solid understanding of these concepts. But if you follow this structure and if you start with your Redux journey, then you will understand complete structure. You will understand the core concept of Redux. So in this complete course, we are going to look inside use reducer hook, and we will completely master about use reducer hook. So once you understand, again, you will be one step ahead in starting the journey of Redux. And once you learn use reducer, most of the concepts will be used inside Redux. So in this course, we are going to build 9 projects. Some projects will be built using useState, and later on those projects will be converted to useReducer. So now let's get started with this journey. But now maybe most of you will not agree and they will tell me, why should we get started with useReducer? Directly start with Redux Toolkit, and we do not want to learn useReducer hook. But let me tell you, I have kept everyone in mind. Let it be you are a beginner, or even if you're intermediate level, or even if you're expert, then this course will help each and everyone if you're beginner and if you want to get started with Redux, because Redux is one of the important tool for every React developer. Inside job description, we always have Redux, we always have React, we have Redux toolkit. So Redux plays vital role when it comes to React. Redux is very important whenever you are applying for React developer, and it is widely used in all the companies. And if you're intermediate level and if you have already started with Redux, but still, if you're not able to understand the logic behind, or if you're not able to understand what is the concept of Redux, why should we use Redux, then this course is for you. Or even if you're expert and after some years you want to revise the concept, then this course will also help you in that situation. So useReducer is nothing but it is a part of React itself. So for using useReducer, you don't have to install any package, you don't have to use any library, because this is present inside the React, which will make this concept simple and also more accessible for beginners or intermediate developers. And also, once you understand useReducer, you will have solid understanding of state management concepts, such as you can easily do state initialization. And once you start with Redux, you can easily recognize what initialization or what are the values I have to initialize to my state. Then we can perform state transitions based on different actions, and also we can handle complex state logic. But directly if you start with Redux, one point you will mess up with your code and you will not understand how to handle this kind of complex state logic. So I would always suggest, and this is the way even I have learned Redux, before starting with Redux, understand or master useReducer, because you will be finding almost similar pattern in Redux and useReducer. And if you start with useReducer, you can easily handle local component state, and also you will be able to deal with complex state management, and you can create simple and complex application using this useReducer. But if you directly start with Redux in smaller application, you will introduce with unnecessary complexity, because in smaller application, usually we don't need global state management. But in that situation also, if you start using Redux, then you are just going to increase the work and you will just end up with unnecessary bugs. But useReducer keeps the thing simple, and also we will be more focused to understand the pattern, to understand the structure. Once we are comfortable, then directly we are jump to Redux. And in this complete course, we are going to work on multiple projects, and to understand this useReducer, we are going to work on 9 projects, which will help you to master useReducer and understand each and every concept of useReducer. So first, we are going to build simple counter using this useState hook. And after that, we are going to convert this counter using useReducer. Then we are going to see different and main important concept to understand the structure of useReducer. Okay, these are the projects which we are going to build. Then fourth one, we are going to create to-do list project using which we are going to add the item, we are going to complete the task, and also we are going to delete the task. Then fifth one, we are going to see how to fetch data using useState, and after that, how to convert this project using this useReducer hook. Then we are going to see how to display using state, and then again we are going to convert this project and we are going to use the concept of useReducer. After learning or after doing all these 8 projects and understanding structure of useReducer, and also in our to-do list project, we are going to see how to handle complex state updates. And after all this, we are going to build one final project using which you will completely master useReducer hook, and you will never forget what is useReducer hook, and also you can easily implement in your own projects. In this lecture, let us understand about useReducer hook. But before understanding about this advanced useReducer hook, first we should understand why should we use this useReducer hook. So remember, it is one of the most important React hooks, and once you learn it, you will be able to manage React states in better way, and also you will be able to understand tools like Context API and Redux in very easy and in very simpler way. So that is the reason you should first learn this useReducer before even learning Context API or Redux. So that is the reason I have mentioned first you should learn this hook, then it will be easy for you to understand Redux, Redux Toolkit, as well as you can easily understand Context API. Now let us see what is useReducer. So useReducer is a React hook which allows us to manage the states of components. Now what? Managing state? For this, don't we use useState hook? So this is a very valid question, and we already know whenever we want to update something inside the UI, we are going to use piece of state. So whenever we are changing something inside our UI, we are going to use our piece of state. And for that, we have used useState hook. But now, by the definition of useReducer, you can understand this hook also allows us to manage the states of components. So for managing the state, we are already having useState hook. Then why should we even bother about this useReducer? Because understand, useReducer is an alternative to useState, and useState is built on useReducer. How we have JavaScript and React? JavaScript is a programming language and React is built on JavaScript. React is having its own functionalities and JavaScript is the complete language. Similarly, useState is built on useReducer, which means useReducer will be having more functionality and it is the base concept for managing the state. So remember this, useReducer is also used to manage the states of our components. But now another valid question is, what is the difference between useState and useReducer? So both these hooks are used to create new state and then update it. But the difference is in the way of updating state. Both are used to update state, but both will be using different process. Both will be having different behavior of updating state. So in useState, we are going to use our setState setter function to update the state of the variable. But in useReducer, it is little bit complicated. But if we are using useReducer, then we can make our code cleaner and also we can give proper structure which can be easily understood by anyone. So remember, whenever we are working with React, state is one of the most important concept in React. So we are going to use this special hook which is going to give powerful ways of managing state. So using useState, you can manage simple state, but using useReducer, you can manage complex state, and also you can handle complex states using this useState hook. But now, maybe as a beginner, you have only used useState for managing the state. You have used useState to update the state, and also you have created entire application only using state. So now you will be having this question: if this useReducer is also doing the same task, and along with doing the same task, it is also complex, then why should we learn this useReducer? Can't we only use useState to update our state? The answer is yes, you can proceed with that. But at one point, our component and state updates become more complex. And that time, using useState to manage all the state is not enough, and our code may be messed up with lot of state variables. So for each and every update, whatever is updating on our screen, for each and every update, we have to create state variable, and we have to keep on updating the state variable so that our data is synced with our application. That time it will be lot of work, and soon you will realize you should be having some alternative for use state, and that alternative is nothing but our use reducer. But apart from this, some components will be having many state variables, and updates are scattered across different event handlers within the component, or even across multiple component. Suppose you are creating to-do list. Inside that, you are adding item, you are editing item, you are updating item, you are deleting item. For all this, what you will do when you are using your state, you will be creating different event handlers. For adding, handle add event. For removing the item, handle remove item. For editing, handle edit item. For updating, handle update item. So you have to create lot of event handlers, and accordingly you have to pass all the event handlers to prop, and later on you have to execute the function. So for simple application, that is fine. But if you're working on larger project, and if you want to build complex application, during that time, useState will not be helping you, because you have to manage lot of state variables, and updates will be scattered across different event handlers within the same components, or even across multiple components. And if multiple components want to receive that event handler, each and every function we have to pass as a prop, we have to accept as a prop, and accordingly we have to execute our application. So that becomes very complex, and also very difficult to maintain the application. And sometimes multiple state updates need to happen all at the same time when an event is happening. For example, when you are submitting the form, after submitting, you want to clear input field, you want to display success message, and also you want to disable the button all at the same time. When you're submitting the form, all the state updates has to be happening. Apart from this, if you consider game, if you want to start a game from scratch, you should set the score to 0. You should change the status to playing, and also you have to start the timer completely from scratch. So using only one event handler, you have to update multiple states. So during that time also, useState will not be helping us, because we have to create lot of variables, and we have to perform lot of update logic. And one more disadvantage of using useState is, whenever we are updating one piece of state, that state will be relied on other piece of state, which can become very tricky when we are managing large amount of state. For example, you have visited e-commerce website, and you want to filter some products. You have given some price range, and also you have selected the category. Now what I have done, I have given two criterias. I have given the category as well as I have given the price range. So whatever products are displayed, those products are dependent on the categories I have selected. So in that case also, using useState will not be helping us. So in all these three situations, our useReducer can be a great solution. And all these problems can be solved by using this useReducer hook. So as a beginner, if you have only used useState and up until this point you have not updated yourself, then this is the right time to switch to useReducer and explore more advanced React hooks. In this lecture, we are going to start with a project, and this will be our first project where we are going to build this simple counter using useState hook. And why using useState hook? Because using this, you will understand all the concept of useState, and also it will be like a revision, because in next lecture, this entire project we are going to convert into useReducer, and we are going to understand structure of useReducer. So before moving to useReducer, first thing you should understand how this useState is working, why we are using useReducer, and why we are telling useReducer is an alternative to useState. So that is the reason it is important to first understand how this counter will be working using useState hook. So here I am having one container. I have displayed count and I have given initial value as 0. When I click on increment, one by one I can increase the value. When I click on decrement, I'm just going to decrease the value by 1. And finally, when I click on reset button, I will be coming to default value, that is 0. So this is the simple counter we are going to create now. I have already created the React app. Inside src, I have created one folder, counter state. Inside that, I am having counter.js. Inside app.js, I have rendered this counter component, and inside app.css, I have given styling for this entire counter component. You can give your own styling, but these stylings are completely independent of React concept. So whatever stylings you want, you can give, or without styling also, you can start with this project. Now I'm just going to see the result. Counter is displayed. I will come to counter.js. From here, I'm just going to remove this h1. First, let us create the static structure. Here I will be creating div, and for this I will give the class as counter container. Inside this I will write h2, and for this I will give the class as counter heading. And inside this I have to write count hyphen initial value. As of now, I'm just going to give 9. Below this h2, I will be creating div, and for this I will give the class as counter buttons. Inside this, I will be creating 3 buttons, and for each button, I'm just going to give the class as counter button. And for each individual button, I will be giving another class. I will write here increment, then I'm going to write decrement, and finally for this I'm just going to write reset, because I will be giving different background color for each of these buttons. Here I will write increment, then here I will be writing decrement, and finally I'm just going to write reset. Save it. Let me just change the spelling. Here I will be writing button. Save. Come here. Now you can see successfully we have created the container, and also static 9 is displayed. But now what I want, whenever I click on this increment button, value has to be increased by 1. When I click on this decrement button, value has to be decreased by 1. And when I click on reset, value has to be reset to 0. So basically what I am doing, I am performing 3 things: incrementing the counter, decrementing the counter, and resetting the counter. And each and every time I am changing something on my UI. So for that, we have to use keys of state. I'll come here. So below this, I'm just going to write const. I will give my state as count. Setter function as set count is equal to useState. It will be imported from React library and initial value I have to display as 0. So that is the reason I will be passing as 0. So this 0 will be assigned to this count variable. Whenever I want to update this count variable, I have to use this setter function to update this state variable. Now this count value I have to display it here. I will enter into JavaScript mode and here I will be writing count. Initially I gave 9, so 9 was displayed, but now default value I have given 0. Now in my result you can see successfully I am able to display 0. Now we are going to work on handle functions. Whenever I click on this, accordingly action has to be performed. So for this button, increment button, I will be adding this on click, and inside this I will be passing my function name. I will give the function as handle increment. Similarly, I will copy. Here I will be pasting, and for decrement I will be writing handle decrement. And finally for reset I will paste, and here I will be writing handle reset. So what I am doing, I am performing 3 actions in my counter. So I have created 3 different functions: to increment the counter, to decrement the counter, and to reset the counter. Once I have called this function, now I have to create this function. Here I will write this function. Let me just copy only the function name, paste. Again, I have to create this function. Below this, I will be writing function. Then finally, last one, copy. And here I will be writing this function. And inside onClick, you should only pass the function name directly. You do not have to call the function in this way. If you call this, function will be immediately executed. But what we want, only when we click on this button, function has to be executed. So directly we are going to give function name. Now inside each function, we have to update the state using this setter function. Once we update the state, only then value will be assigned to count, and that value will be displayed in our JSX. So inside this increment, what I have to do, I just have to increase the value by 1. So I'm just updating. So for updating, we are going to use this setter function, and we are going to update based on current state. So here I will be passing callback function, and here I will write num plus 1. You can directly write count plus 1, that is also going to work, but I am just updating based on current state. So you can pass any variable. So current state is 0, 0 plus 1. When I click on this, I will be having 1. Now the current updated state is 1. So again when I click 1 plus 1, I will have 2. Again when I click 2 plus 1, I will have 3, and it keeps on going. Save it. Come here. Initially it is 0. Now we have written function only for this increment. I am going to click on this. You can see it has incremented by 1. Now the current value of count is 1. Again when I click on this function will be executed. 1 plus 1, I will have 2. Again I will click 2 plus 1, 3. 3 plus 1, 4. 4 plus 1, 5. It keeps on going. Similarly, inside this decrement, I'm just going to write set count. I will be passing this callback function. Here what I have to do, I have to decrease the value by 1. So here I will write minus 1. Come here. Now my count is 5. As soon as I click on this, 5 minus 1, 4. Again I will click 4 minus 1, 3, and it keeps on going. Then finally, we are having reset functionality. Inside this, what I want to do, whenever I click on this, I have to set my state to 0. So here, simply inside this set count, I will pass the value 0. So as soon as I click on this, that 0 will be passed here and count will be displayed as 0. Come here, now it is 3. As soon as I click on this, you can see my value is updated and I got count as 0. When I click on this, I am able to increment. When I click on this, I am able to decrement. And when I click on this reset, I am able to reset my counter. So this is the simple application using useState hook. Now in next lecture, same application we are going to convert using useReducer hook. Let us start with the second project, and in our first project we have built this counter using useState hook. Now same counter we are going to build using useReducer hook. Once we start building this simple application using useReducer hook, then slowly you will understand structure of useReducer, and one by one you will be able to understand the concept used inside useReducer hook. Again, incrementing the counter, decrementing and resetting the counter, all these three functionalities we are going to implement using useReducer. We will come to first project. Inside src, I am going to create a new folder. I will give the folder name as counter reducer. Inside this, I will write counter.js. And from this counter state counter.js, I am going to copy all the code, and inside this I am going to paste. Now I will come to app.js. Now in place of counter state, I will be giving counter reducer. So from this folder, I just want to access my counter.js. Close this. Come here. Now you can see again when I click on this, every functionality will be working because inside this we have used useState and we have written entire functionality. Now this entire project we are going to convert, an entire logic we are going to write using useReducer. So before that, first let me write here log. Inside this, I will write useReducer. When I just select this one, useReducer will be imported from React library. So this is the first step. Whenever you are using hooks in React, you should always import that hook. So now it is also a function. Save it. Come here. Inspect this. You can see useReducer is also a function which will be returning array. Inside this, I am having two elements. So first is undefined, which is nothing but a state, and second is our function using which we are going to update our state. So this useState is also a function which will be returning array, and from that array we have just destructured this value. But while calling this useState, we are going to pass one argument that will be the initial state of our application. But when we are calling useReducer, we are going to call with two arguments. First will be a reducer function and second will be our initial state. Let me remove this. So first I'm just going to call my useReducer. Inside this first argument, we are going to pass our reducer function. And this reducer is the function where we are going to manage all the state of our application. And second, we are going to pass initial state. As of now, I am not going to create any variable. Instead, I will assign the value as 0. How I have assigned default value 0. Similarly, for initial state, I have assigned the value as 0. So this is my useReducer function, which will be called using two arguments. First argument will be the reducer function and second will be the initial state. and this function is going to return array. So immediately what we will do, we are going to destructure that array. So here first value I'm just going to give state. You can also give count, but as of now we are comparing with this useState. So here I will be giving count, because here inside this we have given count. So simply I will write here count. Then next is the function, and most of the developers, they will simply use this dispatch. You can give any name, but simply as a convention we always write dispatch. So simply pass this dispatch. I will just comment this setter function. So now if you compare, useState will be taking one argument, and that will be the initial value of a state. But useReducer will be taking two argument, reducer function and the initial state. And inside reducer function, we are going to manage all the state changes. And then we are having our default. For this count, this 0 will be assigned. And then we are having this dispatch function. Using this dispatch function, we are going to request and we are going to update our state. As of now, do not worry about this reducer. Do not worry about this dispatch. Only thing, understand the structure of writing this useReducer. Later, one by one, using analogies and multiple example, we are going to understand each and every concept. Okay, this dispatch is similar to setCount function. Now using this setter function, what we have done, for each and every functionality, we have created function, and accordingly we have performed the action and we have called that function. But now using useReducer, we do not have to write all these functions. I'm going to comment. Now I will come down. Inside this, instead of passing this handle increment, handle decrement, handle reset, directly we are going to write our dispatch method. You can also call it as function. Inside this, we are going to pass object, but as of now, I will pass simple string. Here I will write increment. Similarly, I will remove this. I will be writing dispatch, and inside this I will be writing decrement. Then finally I will remove. Here I will be writing dispatch, and inside this I will be writing reset. Simple enough. I have removed all the functions. Instead, using this dispatch, I am requesting to perform increment. I am requesting to perform decrement, and also I am requesting to perform this reset. Now what I am doing, I am just requesting to update the state, and our entire state will be handled inside reducer function. So this reducer function we are going to create outside of this component, because each and every time whenever our component is getting mount, we do not want to call this reducer function. Only when we are requesting using dispatch, only then we have to call the reducer function, and accordingly the action or the operation has to be performed. So here I will be writing function reducer. You can see I have passed the same name. You can also use arrow function, and this reducer function will be taking two parameters, initial state and an action. Initial state is nothing but whatever we have passed, and action is nothing but whatever dispatch action we have done, whatever we are requesting, according to that action we have to perform our operation. So here initial state, I will give the variable as state, and second parameter I'm just going to give action. So what it will do, this reducer function will be taking two parameters, current state and an action. And based on this current state and action, whatever dispatch we have done, it is going to return the next state. So now what we are going to do, we are just going to check what request we have made. And this action what we have passed, That is the entire value which we have passed inside this dispatch function. So here I will be writing switch, and inside this I'm just going to pass my expression as action. So here first time when I click on this increment, action is nothing but increment. Increment will be passed here. So I will be checking for the cases. If my case is equal to increment, because when I click on this increment inside dispatch, I have passed this string. That string will be passed inside this switch expression and this case will be matched. So when I am doing increment, what I have to do? I just have to return the new state. Now current value of state is 0. Here I will be writing return. Then what I have to do? Simply I have to increase the value by 1. That's it. I do not have to do anything. I just have to increase the value by 1. Now let us see the result. But here we are going to have this error. Too many re-renders. React is limited to number of re-renders to prevent an infinite loop. Why? Because this dispatch is nothing but it is a function, and inside this onClick directly we have called this dispatch function. We should not do this. Instead, whenever we click on this, only then dispatch has to request for this increment. So here what we will do, we will pass this dispatch as value. So here we have to pass callback function. Again inside this I will be writing this callback function. Again here I'm just going to write this callback function. Save it. Now immediately this dispatch function will not be called. Only when I click on this increment button, it is requesting to update the state using this action. And once this action is matched, what I am doing? I am just incrementing the state by 1. I will come here. Now you can see that error has gone. Now I will click on this. You can see successfully I am able to get my result. But for decrement, I will not be having any result. And when I click on this reset, then also I will not be having any value. So here, whenever I click on decrement, I just have to perform this request. So below this, I will be writing case. And inside this, I'm just going to write decrement. I will just format. I will write decrement. And whenever I'm decrementing, I have to subtract the state by 1. Save it. Refresh once. Initially, I am having 0. Now when I click on this decrement, you can see successfully I am able to perform. And always remember, React is all about immutability, and this reducer function will take the current state and it is going to take the action. Accordingly, it is going to return the new state. It is not going to update a state. Instead, it is going to return new state. Then below that, I will be writing last case, that is reset. And inside this, what I have to do? Simply, I have to return 0. Now I'll come here. I will click on this reset. You can see successfully I am having value 0. And finally, inside switch, we will always pass this default state and I will be returning my current state. If I am not performing any operation, simply I am just going to return my state. Increment is working, decrement is working, and also reset is working. But whenever we are working with useReducer, instead of directly passing the value, here I will be creating one variable, initial state. Now I'm just going to copy this variable, and above this reducer, I'm just going to create that variable. Now for this variable, I will assign the value as 0. That's it. Instead of directly passing values here, you can create separate variable and accordingly this value will be assigned to count, and using dispatch function we are requesting for this update, and accordingly inside reducer we are performing all the updation to our state. Now maybe this is very overwhelming because this is very small application, and for this small application we can easily use useState hook, but only to compare and only to understand useReducer structure I have used the simple example. Later we are going to work with complex project and understand this useReducer in more better way. Now from here we are not using useState. I will remove from import, and also I'm going to remove this state. You can see we do not need any event handler. I'm just going to remove. Instead, what we have done, we have passed dispatch, and accordingly, based on the request, we are performing different actions, and accordingly, we are updating our state. So inside this reducer function, we are managing our entire state. So this is more clean and also easy to understand because at one central place we have kept all the state and we are performing all the state updation logic. Very simple. Let us revise. So whenever we are using this useReducer, it is React hook and it is nothing but function which will be called using two arguments. First will be the reducer function and second will be the initial state, and this function is going to return array, and immediately when we are using this we are going to destructure. You can also write here state. Accordingly, whatever variables you want you can give, but mostly for dispatch we follow this convention and write dispatch. So now what I want to do here, I am having three buttons: increment, decrement and reset. Whenever I click on this increment, I am just dispatching this with this action, and this is nothing but I am requesting to update the state, and accordingly based on this action I have to update the state. So inside this reducer function we are going to pass two parameters: current state under action, and inside this switch statement whatever button we have clicked, according to that whatever action we are having, we are just going to check inside this expression. If that is getting matched, we are going to return new state. We are not going to update our original state. Instead, we are returning new state. And for each and every operation, we have written different cases. And finally, we have passed default state, which will be returning our state. And here, we have already displayed the count. And accordingly, whatever value we are having in this count, that will be updated. So for example, if I click on increment, this case will be executed. Current value of state is 0, 0 plus 1, 1. 1 will be passed here, and inside JSX 1 will be displayed. If I click on decrement, now the current value is 1. 1 minus 1, I will have the new state 0. 0 will be passed here, and again inside this 0 will be displayed. So this is how useReducer will be working. This is the simple structure of useReducer. Next, we are going to see some more use cases of useReducer, and instead of assigning this primitive values, normal primitive values for dispatch and action, we are going to see how to pass object and how to perform complex state updates. Let us start with our third project, and in this we are going to use complex state update logic, and instead of passing primitive values for initial state and primitive value for action, now we are going to pass object for initial state and also we are going to pass object for action. So now in this I am having complete container. I have displayed the count. Initial value is 0. Again I have displayed count. Initial value is 5. Now here when I click on this increment, just focus on this count. Click on this, value is increased by 1. Again I will click. Each and every time this count is updated. This count and this value is not affected. Only this first statement is updated. Now here I will click on decrement. You can see only this is updated. Now here I am having third button increment. I will click on this. Each and every time I am adding 5 values. Again I will click. You can see each and every time I am adding 5 values. Now for this, when I click on decrement, each and every time I am decreasing by 5 values. Then I am having reset button. When I click on this, whatever value I am having, that will be updated. But now we are having second count statement and initial value I have given as 5. Now I am just going to click on this increment. You can see each and every time value will be increased by 2. Again I will click on this. Each and every time value is increased by 2. When I click on decrement, each and every time value is decreased by 2. So now in total, I am having 7 buttons. So for this, if I had used useState, then I should be using 7 event handlers, and accordingly, I have to update the logic. And here, initially, I am displaying different value. I will refresh, and here I am displaying different value. So for this, I have to create 2 states, and accordingly I have to perform this entire operation. But now this complexity can be simplified using our useReducer hook. So now in this you will better understand useReducer structure, and also you will be able to handle complex state updates. So now inside this SRC I am going to create one folder. I will write counter object. I will simply write counter object, and inside this I will create one file counter.js. And from this counter reducer, I am just going to copy entire code, and inside this I am going to paste. I will close this. I will come to app.js. Now instead of counter reducer, here I will be writing counter object. From this folder, I just want to access my counter.js. Now I'm just going to save. Come here, refresh once. This is the previous project what we have created. I have simply changed the styling. Now here, if you notice, this is my initial state. For this, I have passed simple primitive value, and this is my action. For this also, I have passed simple primitive value. Now what we are going to do, instead of passing these primitive values for both initial state and action, we are going to pass object. And this is how you will be working in complex project. You will not be passing direct values. Instead, you will be passing object. So first, I will come to initial state. Remove this 0. Instead, I will be writing this object literal. Now I am going to create the property. I will write counter, and for this I will assign the value as 0. So my initial state is nothing but object. So here object will be passed, and my state is nothing but object. Now inside object I am having this counter property. So to display that this is my state, which is nothing but object, and from that object I have to access counter property. So here I will write count.counter. Simple enough. Save it. Come here. Refresh this. Again, I am going to have default value as 0. If I do not give this dot counter, then I will not be having any result, because now initial state is object. It is simply like we have passed here object, and inside that we have passed counter as 0. Now to access this property, we are going to write dot 0. I will just bring my initial state back. Simple enough. So what I have done, I have just made initial state as object. I will be showing you advantages of using these objects as well. Now here inside this dispatch, In place of this primitive value for action, I will be writing object, and for this I will give the property as type. Mostly this is the convention, so you can also follow the same convention. Now this is my action. Action is nothing but object. Action will be passed here, which is nothing but object, but from that object I have to access type. So whenever I am checking for this expression, now action is nothing but object. Now from that object I have to access that type property which is having this value. So here I have to write action dot type. Now I will come down, same thing, I will just wrap inside curly braces. It is nothing but object. I will pass the type property. Similarly, for this, I'm just going to wrap inside curly braces. And after that, I'm just going to give type. So this entire thing is my action. This expression will be passed here. Now from that object, I am only accessing type property. And accordingly, based on the request, the operation will be performed. Okay, successfully we have performed two steps. We have changed initial state to object, and also we have changed our action to object. But inside reducer function, based on the request, we have to return new state. But as of now, our state is object, but here I am returning simple primitive value. So I will come here. When I click on this, value will be disappeared. I will not be having any functionality. Why? Because I am simply returning primitive value, but my state is an object. So when I am returning, I have to return object. You have to write this curly braces. Let me increase the size. Now what I have to do? I have to return new state. And inside this state, I have given this property as counter. So whenever I am returning, I just want to change the value of this counter. So here I will be writing counter, and this counter will be nothing but state, this state, initial state dot counter plus 1. So this is my object property, and for this object property I am just doing state dot counter. I will access this counter. Here I will be having 0. Then I am just adding 1. So 1 will be given for this counter. So whenever we change our initial state and action to object, accordingly we have to return new state, and that new state will also be an object. And inside that state, I am only changing this counter property. So that is the reason I have mentioned my counter property, and for this I have assigned this value. Similarly, for this decrement, I will remove write object. Here I will be writing counter state dot counter, then I have to subtract 1. And here what I have to do, instead of returning 0, I'm just going to return my initial state, which is nothing but I'm just going to return this object. So here I do not have to create any object because my initial state itself an object, so I do not have to pass any curly braces. If no case is getting matched, simply I'm just returning my state, which is nothing but object. Okay, simple enough. I will come here, refresh once 0 is displayed. I'm going to click, you can see now successfully this functionality is working, decrement as well as reset. So let me revise what we have done. For this initial state, I have just created object, and inside that I have given counter property which is assigned to 0. And while dispatching for this action also, I have made object, and inside this switch simply I am just getting value of this type property, and accordingly I am just going to check for the cases. If it is increment, I am returning new state, and now my state is nothing but object, so I have to return object, and inside this object I am just updating my counter value. So each and every time when I click, I am increasing the value by 1, and each and every time when I click for this decrement, I am decreasing the value by 1. And for this reset, directly I am just setting it to initial state. But now let us understand advantages of passing this object. So inside object, we already know we can pass multiple properties along with their values. Now here, using this increment, what I am doing, whenever I click on this button, I am just incrementing the value by 1. And when I click on this decrement button, I am just decrementing the value by 1. Now what I want, instead of incrementing by 1 or decrementing by 1, I just want to increase the value by 5, as well as I want to decrease the value by 5 along with incrementing by 1 and decrementing by 1. This functionality should be there. Along with this, I should increase the value by 5 and decrease the value by 5. So what we can do, inside this action, we can pass another property. You can give any name for the property, but mostly many developers will follow this convention and they simply give the property as payload. So for this button, I will give the value as 1. Again, I am going to copy, and for this decrement also, I am just going to pass. Now my action is nothing but this entire object. I will come here. Now here, instead of directly adding 1, what I will do, from this action, okay, whatever action we are having, here I have accessed the type. Accordingly, I am performing the operation. But while adding the value, from this action object, I am just going to access my payload. Same thing, instead of -1, I will write action.payload. Save it. Come here. Again, if I click on this, successfully operation will be performed. So here, what I have done, whenever we are passing this object, we will have more advantage and we can pass multiple values inside this object. So using this first property, we are requesting the action to be performed, and using this second property, we are just updating our state and we are adding this value. Now what I will do, I'm just going to copy these two buttons. Below this, I will be pasting. Now instead of 1, I will give here payload as 5. Here also, I'm going to give payload as 5. Save it. Now two buttons are created. Now payload is 5. Let me just come here. So first, my initial state is 0. 0 plus action.payload. Action.payload is nothing but 5. So initially, when I click on that button, I will be increasing the value by 5. So for this button, you can see I am able to increase the value by 5. And also, when I click on this, I am able to decrease the value by 5. And this reset will be working as usual. So this is how this payload will be working, but it is optional. But in most of the cases, this payload will be very helpful. So this is the first advantage of passing object to action. Now let us see the second advantage. Now here I have displayed counter. Initial value I have given 0. Now what I want, I just want to display another text. So simply what I can do, inside this initial state, I can directly pass another property. So here I will write counter 1, initial value I am going to give 5. I will come down below this H2. I will be creating one more H2. Now from this count state, I am just going to access my counter 1 property. I will come here, refresh once. Now you can see 5 is displayed. Why? Because I am just accessing this counter property, and for this property we have given 5 and that 5 will be displayed. And using this state variable, we are accessing initial state value. Now what I want, I will be creating two more buttons. Whenever I click on other buttons, accordingly, I just want to update this count. So I'll come here. I'm just going to copy these two cases. Below this, I will be pasting. I will write increment 1. decrement 1. Now inside this object, now what I am having? I am having two properties. This is my counter and this is my counter 1. So when this first increment is happening, what I want to do? First, I just want to return the same object, and inside that object, I only want to change this counter property. So here we are going to use spread operator and I will be writing state. So this entire object will be copied, and inside that object, I am only changing this counter property. Similarly, here also I am going to copy, paste it here, only counter property I am changing. Now inside this increment, again I am just going to copy entire object. Now instead of changing counter property, I just want to change counter 1 property. And here I will write state dot counter 1 plus action dot payload. Here also I am just going to return my entire state as it is. And inside that object, I am only changing this counter 1 property. Then I am accessing state dot counter minus action dot payload. Simple enough. Now I am just going to come down. I will copy these two buttons. Below this, I will be pasting. Now for this, I will write increment 1 and for this decrement 1. Come here, refresh this. You can see two buttons are created. Now I'm just going to click on this increment. Each and every time value is increased by 5. So what I will do? I will just change the payload value to 2. Save it. Come here, refresh this. Now you can see each and every time I am able to increase and decrease the value by 2. So using this, I am able to increase and decrease by 1. Using this, I am able to increase and decrease by 5. And using this, I am able to increase and decrease the second state by 2 values. And again, when I click on this reset, everything will be reset. Okay, not only this one, this value will also be reset. Let me show you. Here I will be writing. As soon as I click on reset, initial value is 0, initial value is 5. Why? Because whenever we click on this reset, we are returning initial state. And inside initial state, counter will be 0 and counter 1 will be 5. So these are the two advantages of passing initial state as object and action as object. So using initial state as object, we can pass multiple states inside that, and accordingly we can return the new state. And finally, whenever we are passing this, if we want to update based on these values, accordingly we have to perform the action inside this switch statement. I hope you understood. As a beginner, it is very overwhelming and maybe it is difficult to understand the structure, but take your time. Just whatever I have taught you, just type by yourself. Even if you are not understanding, just type 2 to 3 times. Then you will be able to understand the concept as well as you will be able to get the structure of useReducer. And understanding this structure is very important because this is the same structure we are going to use in our complex projects. Let us now understand how to manage state with useReducer. We have seen some of the example and we have completely understood about structure of useReducer. So now we are going to see actually how this useReducer is going to manage the state. So first of all, you should always keep this in mind. useReducer is an alternative way of setting and managing our state. And it is one of the most important React hook which allows us to manage the state of components. So this is how we are going to write our useReducer. Inside this, we have state, we have dispatch, then we are having this reducer function, and finally we are having this initial state. So useReducer is nothing but it is a function which we are going to call along with reducer function and its initial state, and in return it is going to return state and dispatch function. So simply useReducer is a function which will be called with two arguments, that is reducer function and initial state of our application, and in return it is going to return array in which we are going to have our state and dispatch function. So now inside this state we are going to store related pieces of state in a state object, and this is the example. Inside this initial state object we have given one property counter, and for that we have assigned the value as 0. And for this state, you can either pass primitive value or you can pass object. But mostly, whenever we are working in complex application, we are simply going to pass object. And why we are using state? Because inside this state, we are going to store related pieces of a state. And this initial state is going to be assigned to this state. So that is the reason we have given initial state and we have created object. Inside that we have passed a state, that is counter as 0. Now we already know our useReducer needs something called reducer function in order to work. So our reducer function is going to contain all the logic for updating our state. This is how we are going to define a reducer function, and it is going to take care of updating the state, and it will allow us to move all the state update logic from individual event handler to one central location. If we are using useState hook, then for each and every operation we have to create separate function, and accordingly we have to perform the action. But when we are using useReducer, all the state update logic we are going to shift to one central place, that is inside our reducer function. And this separation of concern makes our component much cleaner and easier to read. If you are a beginner, then by looking at this, you can easily tell when I am performing increment, I am increasing the value by 1. While I am performing decrement, I am decreasing the value by 1. So by reading these cases, you will understand what operations we are performing. So at one central place, we are going to shift all the state and we are going to perform our state update logic. And this reducer function is the one who is going to update our state object. So whatever operation we are going to do inside the state, that operation will be performed inside this reducer function, and it is the one who will be updating our state object. And this is a state object, and based on the operation or based on the action, our object will be updated. So it is very similar to setter function inside this useState hook, but it will be having more superpowers. But when we are using useState, for each and every update, we have to create different event handlers. And if we are updating multiple things inside the UI, for each and everything, we have to create state variables. So at one point, we are going to mess up with all the state variables and we have to write lot of code. But using this useReducer, inside reducer function itself, we are going to pass entire logic of state updating part. But when we are using useReducer, inside this reducer function, we are going to pass all the updating logic of a state object. And this reducer is nothing but a function which will take current state and action as its parameter, and based on those values, it is going to return the next state. We can also call as updated state. And this reducer is a pure function, which means no side effects are allowed inside the function. It is always going to return the new state. Whatever previous state we are having, it is not going to update that state. Instead, it is going to return the new state. So states are immutable in React, which means a reducer is not allowed to mutate the state. You can also tell our reducer is not allowed to change the state. So whatever initial state we are having, that we are going to pass here. And talking about action, it is simply an object that is going to describe how our state should be updated. So this action will be passed inside dispatch function, and based on that action we are going to perform this operation, and accordingly we are going to return the new state. That is, we are going to return our updated state. Now the next logical question is, how do we actually trigger state update? So for that we are going to use dispatch function, and using this useReducer function we are going to return this dispatch function, and this is a function using which we can trigger state updates. And inside this dispatch function you can see we have passed object, and this object is nothing but action, which is having type property and payload property. And accordingly, based on this type, we are going to perform our operation, and we are going to return our next state. Here I have given increment. So increment will be executed, and based on this value, I will be getting my new updated state. So instead of using set state to update the state, we are now going to use dispatch function to send an action from event handler to the reducer. You can see inside this onClick event handler, I have given this action. From here, I am going to send this action inside the reducer, and I am performing my state update. So these are the few pieces you have to understand. Only then you will be able to understand how to manage state with useReducer. So you should know what is state, what is dispatch function, what is useReducer hook, how it is called, what is reducer function, what is initial state, and what is action. Let us now understand how the reducer function is going to update the state. Now we already know useReducer is an alternative way of setting and managing the state. And this is how we are going to create our useReducer. So now, whenever we want to update state in a component, we are going to call our dispatch function. And this dispatch function we got in return from this useReducer hook. Now, in order to dispatch an action to the reducer, inside this dispatch function, we are going to pass this action. And this action is an object which will be having information for the reducer. So information about how the reducer should update the state. So here inside this action, I have passed the object where I am having type as increment and payload as 5, which means when this action is performed, accordingly payload value will be added to our state. Now inside this action, you can also give primitive value, but this is the convention and this is the standard which is followed by almost all the developers. And whenever you are working with complex application, we are going to always pass this object inside action. Now what reducer will be doing? Reducer will be taking current state and action together, and along with this, it is going to return us the new state. And we already know whenever we are updating our state, we are simply going to re-render our component. And now, if you are wondering why this reducer function is actually called as reducer, because it is going to follow the exact same idea of array reduce method, using which it is going to combine all the array elements, and in return it will be generating one final value. Similarly, inside this reducer function, it will be taking current state and action as its parameter, and based on their values, it is going to generate us new updated state. And once we have that updated state, we are going to re-render our component. Now let us compare this mechanism with useState hook. And useState is also used to manage and update the state. But This is only true for smaller application. For complex application, we always go with useReducer, because if we start with useState, for each and every update, we have to create separate state, and also we have to write separate event handlers, and accordingly we have to pass that event handlers. Instead of doing all the stuff, we are simply going to use that use reducer mechanism, and we are going to create our projects. So inside this use state, for updating, we are going to use our set state setter function. Now, if we want to update our state, what we will do? Simply, we are going to pass dated value inside this setter function, and in return, it is going to return next updated state. Once we have updated state, what it will do? It is going to re-render our component. This diagram is very simple, and also use state hook is very easy to understand. But as a beginner, use reducer might be complicated, but it is very important to understand, because for complex application, you cannot rely on use state hook. At one point, you should use reducer. So for that, you should have deep understanding of use reducer. Once you understand how this reducer is going to update the state, later when we start with the Redux, it will be very easy for you to understand entire mechanism and entire concept. But this use state is very simple and easy to understand, but it cannot be used for complex state management. So in that case, use reducer is our way to go. Let us now deeply understand about use reducer hook using one simple analogy. And why I am focusing more on this topic, because this is one of the most important hook in React, and once you master this use reducer, you will be very comfortable when you start with your Redux journey. And also, let me tell you, this use reducer is most confusing hook, and even when I started, I was very confused, and it was very difficult to understand this entire concept. Now, using this analogy, you will be having more understanding of this hook. So here, you had a very long day in school, and now it's finally time to go home, and you have reached the home. But you are very tired, and also you are very hungry. So here there are two scenarios. Once you reach home, you can directly go to the kitchen and get the fruits from fridge, or you can tell your mom to get the fruits for you from the fridge. Why? Because you are very tired, because you had a very long day in school, and also while traveling you are not having enough of energy. So from these two options, you are going to choose the most convenient way, and you will be selecting the second option, and you are going to tell your mom to get the fruits from fridge, and you also told what fruits you need. So what your mom will do? Your mom will take the request from you. Your mom will go to the fridge, and whatever fruit you have requested, she will get that fruit, and she is just going to handle that fruit to you. So the basic difference between two scenarios was, first, directly you will go to the kitchen and grab the food, or second, you will tell your mom to get the fruit for you. So mostly when we are tired, we always tell our mom or sister to get something for us, so that we can have and get energy back. So now, using this simple analogy, let us identify what each of these pieces represent in use reducer mechanism. So first, starting with the state. So what do you think? What is state in this analogy? Clearly, state is nothing but our fridge, because this is where our fruits are stored, and once the fruits are taken, fridge will be updated. So the fridge is what needs to be updated, so that is our state. So next logical question is how the state is actually updated. So just think what you will be represented in this analogy, because here you are the one who is going home tired and requesting mom to get fruits. So it is clearly you are the dispatcher because you are requesting the state update, and we are passing this request to mom. So mom is nothing but reducer who is going to make the update. So fridge is the state where a state will be updated, and you are the dispatcher who is requesting for that update. You are telling you want some fruits, so you are the dispatcher who is doing the state update, and mom is the reducer who is actually going to make that update. But how does your mom knows what fruit to get from fridge? She knows because you have exactly told her in your request message, I am very tired, mom. Could you please get me some oranges? So you have made clear request, and this request is nothing but action. So here we are telling how to make state update. So here using this request message, you are telling how to make state update. And this is how action will be represented. Here I am having type get fruits, and I am having payload as oranges. So understand this complete analogy. Once you understand, you will have clear understanding of use reducer hook. So here you are the dispatcher who is requesting for the update. So once you tell if your mom brings the fruit, what happens inside the fridge, fruits will be reduced. So our state is updated. So you are the dispatcher who is requesting for state update, and inside fridge we are having the fruits. So fruits will be reduced. So fridge is updated. So that is the reason fridge is our state. And you are passing that request to mom. So mom is the reducer who is going to make that actual update. And how she is going to make that update? Because we have given her clear request message, and that message is nothing but an action using which you are telling how to update the state. So here in this analogy, your mom will be treated as middleman who knows lot better than you, and she can perform different actions on fridge. So your mom knows all the details about you. So you do not need to worry about any details. Simply you are going to pass the request. Accordingly, she is going to make the update. Similarly, in our reducer function will also abstract all the state updating logic away from us so that we can have clean and easy to understand components. I hope using this simple analogy, now you are having clear understanding of use reducer hook, what is state, what is reducer, what is dispatch, and what is action, how the state will be updated, on what basis state will be updated, how we have to request for state update, and who will be updating our state. So using this simple analogy, you can easily apply all this concept inside your programming. Let us now see array reduce method versus use reducer function. So first of all, in React, each and every hook will be having some meaning. What meaning? Let us see some of the meanings. So useState is used for state management. Using this, we can create and manage local state within functional components. And meaning for use effect is side effects. Using this, we can perform side effects in our component such as data fetching, subscriptions, or manual DOM manipulation. Then we are having use context. By the name itself, we can understand it is used in context API, and it is going to allow components to access and consume values from a context without having to pass props. Then finally, we have use reducer, and meaning is state reducer. And this use reducer is an alternative to use state for managing more complex state logic, often involving multiple state transitions. So now let us see what is array reduce method. In JavaScript, reduce method is used to execute a reducer function on each element of an array, which will result into a single value, and that returned single value is ultimately the accumulated result of an entire operation. So here I am having array, and whatever operation I will be performing inside this array using reduce method, it is not going to change our original array. And if I just want to add all this value, in return it is going to give me one single value, and in return it has given me 20. So here this is the example. This is my array. Then I am having this reducer function which is taking two parameters. Here I am having accumulator, and here I am having current value, and based on this accumulator and current value I am returning one single value. And after that we are performing reduce method on our array, and inside that we are passing reducer. So whatever final value we get, we are going to get as output. But inside reducer, we can pass another argument, that is nothing but initial value. Our reducer value and initial value, after adding, I will be having the result as 21. So here we are using reduce method, inside which we are passing our reducer function. Now talking about use reducer in React, here in this reducer function is where we are going to put entire state logic, and this reducer function will be passed as an argument inside useReducer, and this reducer function will be taking two arguments, that is current state and action object, and in return it is going to return the next state. So now let us compare both array reduce method and useReducer in React. So this is the syntax, array.reduce, and inside that we are going to pass reducer function and initial value. But inside this useReducer, we are going to pass reducer and initial state. And using reducer, we are going to accumulate to single value, and inside this reducer, we are going to pass two parameters, accumulator and item value. And here inside this reducer function, we are going to return new state, and this reducer function will be taking two parameters, current state and action. And this reducer function processes array elements one by one, and this reducer function processes action to update our state. This reduce method is going to return single value, and here useReducer is going to return pair of values, that is our new state and dispatch, which we are going to destructure and we are going to write in our code. So these are the differences between array reduce method and useReducer method in React. If this question is asked in interview, you can easily answer, and you can tell the basic difference between array reduce method and useReducer function in React. So these are the reasons reducer is actually called as reducer, because it is very similar to array reduce method. Let us now start with our to-do list project, and in this we are going to understand more about useReducer hook. We will see how to pass dispatch function as a prop, how to accept that, how to pass event handlers, each and everything we are going to learn. But if you have watched all the previous lecture, then easily you will understand this entire project. So here I am having input field. Inside this I can add the task. I am having one button. Now here I am just going to write cut apples, add, task will be added, and for this I am having complete and delete button. When I click on this delete button for one of this item will be deleted. When I click on this complete, text will be changed to undo, and I will be having this different styling for the text. Again I can delete this. I can click on this. Successfully I am able to add the task, I am able to complete the task and also I am able to delete the task. And if I have not written anything and if I click on add, no task will be added. But again, if I write something, click on add, task will be added along with two buttons. Now this entire project we are going to create using useReducer hook. So let us start with the project setup. I will continue in the same folder. You can create separate React tab. But now inside SRC, I am going to create one folder. I will write to-do list. Inside this, I will be creating one file. I will write tasklist.js. Now I will come to app.js. I'm just going to remove this counter. Instead, I will be writing task list. Now I just want to import the task list. I will remove this. Import task list, which is present inside to-do list folder, and inside that I am having this file. So successfully I have created one folder. Inside that I have added this tasklist.js, and inside app.js I have just imported that component. Now I will just come to tasklist.js. I will be writing this component function. First I'm just going to do default export function. Then I will be writing task list, and inside this I'm just going to write return. Here I will be writing h1. Inside this I'm just going to write to-do list. Come here. Now you can see successfully I am able to display that text. Why I am having this styling? Because inside app.css for this entire app I have given the styling. Accordingly, you can give your own stylings. So first what we will do, we are going to create our static structure. I will remove this entire thing. Here I will be creating div, and for this div I will give the class as task-list-container. Inside this I will be creating form, and for this I will give the class as task form, and I do not need any action attribute. I am going to remove. Then inside this form I will be creating label. Inside HTML4 I will give task input, and here I will give the text. Here I am simply going to write add task. For this I will be adding the class name. I will paste is equal to, I will write here task hyphen label. Save it. Come here. Now you can see successfully my label is displayed. Below this label I will be creating input field, and for this I am just going to give the class as task input. Then I will also give the ID, inside which I will be giving exact same name. Copy, and here I will be pasting. Now successfully I am able to display this input field, and also I am going to add placeholder. Here I will write enter your task. Now here placeholder is also displayed. Below this I just want to create one button. I will write here button, and for this I will give task submit btn. Here simply I will write add. Save. Successfully I am able to display this button. Now what I want to do, whenever I click on add, my list item has to be added below. But here I will not be creating as list. Instead, below this form I will create div, and for this I will give the class as task list. So this will be my entire container for all the tasks added. Inside this I will be creating one more div, and for this I will give the class as task item. Inside this I will write span, and for this I'm just going to give the class as task name, and here I will write pack bags. Okay, this is the dummy data, so you do not have to worry. Below that I should be creating two buttons. Here I will write button. For this button I will give the class as task hyphen action-btn. And also I will be giving one more class, that is complete btn. Initially, I'm just going to display complete. Now you can see my list item is displayed as well as this button is displayed. But here stylings are missing. Instead of act, I have to write action. Now this button is displayed. Below this, I just want to display my delete button. And here I will write delete-btn. Save. Now you can see successfully we have created our static structure. But now each and every time when I am adding the task, list items will be added. So what we can do, for this list item, we can create separate component. So now inside this to-do list, I will be creating one file task.js. Here I will write export default function, and inside this I will give task. Then I will write here return. I will come to task list, and from here I'm just going to copy entire thing, cut it from here, and inside this I will be pasting entire code. Let me just remove this. Now this task.js I have to import inside tasklist.js. So here I will write task that will be imported from this file. You can see successfully I have imported. Let me come here. Again, I will be having the same result. Why I have created separate component? Because each and every time when we are adding the task, multiple tasks will be added. That is the reason we have created separate component for our code. So our basic static structure is done. We have created form, we have given the label, we have given input field, and also we have created button. And below that, to rendered list, we have created separate component, and inside that we have passed this dummy data. I believe you have completed till here. Now let us move on with our project. Now inside this form, I am having input field. So whenever we are working with form, first we have to make our input field as control element. So here I am going to use state. I will write here const, and inside this I will be writing task name, then setter function set task name is equal to useState. As soon as I hit enter, that will be imported from React library. Initially, I do not want to give any value. Now maybe you will have question, instead of useReducer, why are we using this useState? So that we are going to see in next lecture when we see about a challenge. Now what I have to do? I have to make this input field as control element. So inside this value, I will be passing this task name. So whenever I type something, onChange event handler will be called. So here I will write onChange, and inside this I will be passing my event object. Now each and every time I am updating, so I will call my setter function, and inside this I will write e.target.value. Save it. Come here. Now whenever I type successfully, I will be able to type inside this input field. If I do not update this, let me just show you. If I do not update, remove, come here, refresh once. If I do not update, even if I type here, nothing will be displayed. So that is the reason whenever we are changing something inside input field, our onChange event handler will be called, and inside that we are just updating our state. So here successfully we have made our input field as control element. Now let us work on submitting the form. So whenever our form is submitted, this onSubmit event handler will be called, and inside this I will be creating this function handle submit. I will copy this function. Below this state, I am just going to create this function. And each and every time whenever I am submitting form, I do not want to reload my page. Let me show you what happens. I will write something, hit enter, you can see my page was reloaded, and entire data is been removed. So we are just going to prevent this default behavior. Here I will write e dot prevent default. And I believe whenever you work with vanilla JavaScript, you have always prevented this default behavior. Now I'll save, type something, hit enter. You can see page is not refreshed and also my data is present here. So now let us finally start with our useReducer. And what I want, whenever I click on add button, I have to add items to my list. So what I am doing, I am just updating my UI. So whenever we are updating something, we can use our piece of state. But now let us see how to use useReducer. Below this, I will be writing useReducer. Hit enter. This will be imported from React library. But here we are having useState, which is also imported from React library. So instead of passing two lines, what I can do, copy and here separate by comma, paste the hook and remove this import. Now this reducer will be taking reducer function and initial state as its argument. So here I'm just going to write initial task. You can also give initial state. It completely depends on you what variables you want to use. Now this function is going to return array which immediately we are going to destructure. So first we are going to create state and then we are going to have our dispatch function. So successfully we have created our use state. Now let us start with our initial task. Initially in my UI, I will be having form as well as I will be having add button. I will not be having any list item. So initially entire thing will be empty. So here copy, create this variable initially just assign to empty array. Because inside this empty array, later on we are going to add the list item and that list items will be object. So inside array, we are going to have object and one object represents one list item. We have successfully assigned that initial task. Now let us start working on reducer function. Below this, I will be creating function reducer and it is going to take two parameters are state and action. State is nothing but current state and inside this reducer function, we are going to manage our state and each and every time it is going to return next updated state. So here I will be writing switch and then I will be writing action.type. First case I will write here add hyphen task. Now when this action has to be triggered, when we submit the form, only then our list item has to be added. So inside this handle submit, I am going to pass here dispatch and inside this I will be passing my action and my action is nothing but object. I will be passing type and inside that I am going to pass this exact same value. So whenever I click on add button, this dispatch will be executed and inside that I have passed action. So that action will be passed here along with current state and based on that this case will be executed. So let me show you. I will write here return. Simply I'm just going to alert hello. Save it. Come here. Refresh once. Now here I will just write something. As soon as I click on add, you can see successfully I am able to get this hello. How I am getting this hello? Because as soon as my form is submitted, this dispatch is triggered. Inside that we have passed action and inside this reducer we have passed current state and action. But here inside this what we have done, we have simply returned alert. Now I am just going to remove this, remove entire thing. Instead, I will be writing here return. Inside this array, initially what I will do, whatever data, okay, doesn't matter if you are having data or not. Initially, using this spread operator, I am just going to copy this entire state. And for adding the task, I will be creating new function. Here I will write create new task, and inside this I will be passing this argument name. But now as soon as I save and come here, I will be having create new task is not defined. So let us create this function. Come here, copy, and here I'm just going to create this function, and inside this I will be passing the parameter as name. Save it. Now I will come here. Now again I am having this unexpected use of name. Why? Because inside this switch case, while calling, I have passed this name because our reducer is not having access to this name. So to give access to reducer, what we will do, inside this dispatch, we are going to pass our payload property. Here I will be writing payload, and this payload can also be complex data. You can either pass primitive value or you can pass object. But inside this payload, I will be passing object. For this name property, simply I'm just going to give task name. And this task name is nothing but our state variable. So whatever I am typing inside this input field, that I have passed to my payload along with this name property. Now what I want, whenever I am creating this function, instead of directly passing the name, how I should access? Inside this action, we are having payload, and inside payload, we are having this name property. So here I will remove, I will write action. Inside action, I am having payload, and inside payload, I am having name. Now if I save, you can see that error has gone and everything is working fine. I hope you understood. Whenever I am submitting the form, I am triggering my dispatch. Inside that, I have passed action. And inside this payload, I am passing object. And inside that object, I am just getting my task name. If you do not want to give this entire thing, remove this. Directly, you can pass action.payload. But mostly, whenever we are having large data, inside payload also, we are going to pass object. Again, if I save, I will be having same result without any error. But let me just follow this convention, and I will be passing object to this payload. Now here, our reducer is having access to this name. So whenever I click on this add button, what I am doing, I am just copying my entire state, and I am just calling this create new task function. So inside this function, what I will do, I will return object, because each and every time when my item is added, it will be added as object. So this will be having this structure array, first item, then again second item, then again second item, then again third item. So in this structure, my items will be added. So initially it is array and my items will be added as object. So here I will write ID, and inside this I will be writing date.now. You can use libraries to generate random numbers. Then I want name, which will be equal to this name. Whatever name I have typed inside the input field, that will be passed here, and that name will be set. And when I am calling this, I will be having access to that name. Then finally, I just want to check if my task is completed or not. By default, it will not be completed. So here I will write false. That's it. Simple enough. Whenever I am submitting my form, I have triggered this action along with this type and payload. And for this payload, I have added object which will be having my task name. That is the data which I have entered in my input field. So once this dispatch is triggered, inside this reducer, this case will be handled. I'm just copying my entire state, and inside that, why I am copying this entire state? Because inside array, I will be adding multiple items. If I don't copy, then all the items will be overridden. So that is the reason I have copied my entire state, and after that I am calling this new task. And inside this function, I am returning ID, I am returning name, and I am returning completed. Save it. Come here, refresh once. Now here I will be adding cut apples. Click on add. You can see the item is not added, but let me show you. I will just come here. Here simply I'm just going to log my state. Save it. Come here, inspect this, and inside this console you can see this cut apples is added, and this is nothing but my object. Now I will remove this. Here I will be writing fact facts. Click on add. Now you can see, just come down inside this array. Now I am having cut apples and also I am having fact bags. So whatever items I am adding, that is nothing but an object which is having ID, name as well as completed property, exact same structure which we have written inside this create new task. So now using this, what we have generated array of object. So once we are having array, we can easily loop through this array. So this entire thing, I'm just going to wrap inside this curly braces. Now my state is nothing but array. So I just have to loop through this array. Here I will be writing state.map. I will just close in parenthesis. And inside this, I will be passing task, close, callback function. Simply what I have done, I have just called my task. Save it. So now if you see here, 2 times I am able to display this. Let me refresh. Nothing is there. Whatever dummy data I have given, that is also not displayed. Why? Because now initially my state is empty. Let me just show you. Now you can see initially I am not having any item inside my array. If I am not having, nothing will be displayed inside this task. But here I will be writing cut apples. Click on add. Now one item is added. So whatever dummy data I am having inside task.js, that will be rendered. Now here I will write pack. Click on add. Now 2 times the task will be generated. So that is the reason 2 times I am having this dummy data. Why? Because inside this state, now I am having 2 elements. If I give something, pack, click on add. Now you can see multiple objects will be added inside my array. That many times the task will be rendered and I will be having this list. Now I am going to close. Now what I want, this task I just want to pass as a prop inside this task.js. Copy, because this task is having entire data. I will write here task and then I'm just going to pass task. After that, I just have to accept my task. Here I will be writing task. This is nothing but prop and immediately I have destructured that prop. Here I will write log. Simply I just want to display task. Now you can see what it has given. It has given me object, and inside each object I will be having the data which I have typed and clicked on add button. Now this is my object. Now in place of this, remove entire thing. I will write task.name. That's it. Now you can see whatever data I have added successfully, I am able to render that data. Again I will refresh. Here I will write factbacks. Data is added. Now as soon as I click on add, this data is not been removed. So what I will do, inside this task list, inside this handle submit function, here I'm just going to update my state. I will just give empty string again. As soon as my form is submitted, I just want to empty my input field. Come here, remove this. Now here I will be adding cut apples. As soon as I click on add, input field is emptied and also this item is added. And whenever we are using map method, we should always pass the key. If you do not pass, then we will be having this error. Let me show you. We are going to have each child in a list should have unique key prop. So here inside this, Here I will write key is equal to task.id because id is unique. So that is the reason I have passed task.id. Okay, successfully we have completed our first functionality, that is adding list item. Now what we just want to work on this complete functionality. Whenever I click on this button, item should be having different style, as well as this complete text should be changed to undo text. But the problem is our dispatch function is present inside tasklist.js, and this dispatch is returned from this reducer function. So whenever I want to update something, I have to trigger action using this dispatch function. But we are not having access to dispatch function in our task.js file because this button is present inside this, and we are not having access to dispatch function inside task.js. So what we have to do? We have to pass dispatch as prop. And we already know inside this prop we can pass functions as well. I will copy and here I am going to paste. If we were not using useReducer, then for that we would have to create separate function. We should be passing that function again for completing, for deleting, for updating. For each and every functionality, we would have created separate function, and accordingly we would have passed all the functions as a prop. But here we are using useReducer, so we do not have to pass anything. Only thing we have passed is dispatch function as a prop. Now I have to accept this. Here I will be writing dispatch. Now once I am having access to this dispatch, I can easily trigger the action now. So here inside this complete, I will write on click. Now here I'm just going to pass dispatch, but here directly we cannot call. Instead, we should be passing as function value. I will be passing callback function. Now inside this, I will give type. This is nothing but object type, and here I will give toggle task. Whenever I click on this button, I have to dispatch my function along with this action. So now this is my action. Now I'm just going to copy this action, come inside this task list. Below this case, I will be writing another case, and for this I will give this toggle task. Now here let me just write alert. Inside this I will be writing hello. Save it. Come here. Click on this. You can see successfully I am able to get this alert. So what we have done, we have only passed dispatch function as a prop, and accordingly we have just triggered our action. Now I will remove this alert, but before that, inside action we should also know what is the ID of that item. So whenever I click on complete, only that ID which is getting matched, that ID has to be completed. So here I will come, then I will be adding my payload property. Again inside this I will be creating object. I will give ID, and inside this I'm just going to access ID from my task. So inside this task I will have ID, I will have name, and I will be having completed status. So we have accessed the name, and also we have accessed the ID of each and every element. Now I am going to come here. I will write here return. So here what I have to do, now initially what data I am having, I will be having array of objects. I will write here, in this way I will be having my data. So I have to loop through all this data, and I have to check if my task ID is equal to action.payload.id. If it is, then what I have to do, I just have to toggle my completed property. So let me show you first, then you will understand. Now state is nothing but array. So I will be writing state. Then I will be using map method, and inside this I'm just going to pass task. I will open curly braces. Now I'm just going to check if my task ID. So this task will be having all the object. Inside that I am checking if this task ID, if it is equal to action dot payload dot id. This is nothing but the item which I have clicked. For that also we are going to have id. So from this array, if any of the object matches with that id, then what I have to do, I will write here return. Now these items are nothing but object. I will just copy entire task. Instead, what I will do, I will write here complete property. So initially it is false. Whenever I click on this complete, I have to change to true. If it is true, I have to change to false. So here I will write task.complete. Why task.complete? Because this task will be having all the data of this object. And inside that object, we are having this complete property. So from that object, we are accessing complete property and we are just toggling that complete property. And here we have copied all the object. If you do not copy, then it will overwrite and we will not be having any proper result. Now save, remove this. But if this condition is failed, what I want to do, simply I just want to return my entire task. I do not want to change anything. Only if this condition is matched, I just want to do this. If this condition is false, then simply I just want to return my task. Now here I will pack bags. Let me just inspect. I will click on add. Now you can see initially my complete is false. But as soon as I click on this, you can see complete value is changed to true and rest entire thing is same. So that is the reason inside this we are checking if the task ID is equal to the item ID which I have clicked, then what I have to do, I just have to toggle my complete and rest entire thing will be same. But if I do not do this, let me show you what happens. Save it, inspect, refresh once. Here I will be writing cut apples, click on add, I am having. But as soon as I click on complete, you can see rest entire thing is gone and I am only left with completed property, that is true. So each and every time when you are returning next updated state, you just have to copy the previous state. Only then you will be having exact same result. Now accordingly, we have to change the stylings. So here first I will enter into JavaScript mode. Here I will check if my task.complete. If it is true, then what I want to do, I just want to display undo. Or else I just want to display this complete. Save it. Come here. Refresh once. Tag packs. Click on add. Click on complete. You can see my text is changed to undo. Why? Because now my task.complete is true. Again I will click. Now it is false. My text will be changed to complete. But now whenever I click on this complete button, this element should be having different styling. So this entire thing I'm just going to wrap inside JavaScript mode. I will remove and here I will be giving template literal. Let me just give template literal. And inside this I will be checking if my task.complete, if it is true, then what I want to do, I just want to add this complete class, or else I do not want to add any class. Now you can see initially it is true, so that is the reason this styling is applied. As soon as I click on this, it becomes false and those stylings are removed. Click on complete, stylings are applied. Again click, stylings will be removed. Successfully we have done with this functionality. Now we are left with this delete functionality. So again you can see again for delete we do not have to pass any event handler. Why? Because we have already passed that dispatch as a prop. Now what we have to do, inside this I will be writing on click. Same process you have to repeat. Dispatch, And inside this, we have to pass action. Here I will write type, and inside this, I will give the value as delete task. And also, I just want payload because I just want to know for what item I have clicked. So again, I'm just going to access the ID. That's it, simple enough. Now I will copy, come to this tasklist.js. Below this, I'm just going to create another case. So now here, we are simply going to use array filter method, return. Here I will write state.filter, and inside this, I will be passing callback function task. Now this task will be having access to all the object, and from that task object, I am checking if my task.id, if it is not equal to action dot payload dot id, then simply I just want to filter that element. So how this will be working? Let me just write the proper spelling. So for inside this, for each and every object, we are going to have ID. Suppose I have clicked on ID 3. So here I will have ID 1, ID 2, ID 3. ID 1 is not equal to 3. Yes, it is. So it will be filtered and it will be present inside the array. Then 2 is not equal to 3. Yes, it is. So again that will be filtered and that will be present inside the array. Then I will have 3. 3 is not equal to 3. The condition fails and that item will be removed from the array. So I will only be left with ID1 and ID2. So this is how our filter method will be working. Now I'll come here. Now I'll just click on this delete. You can see successfully I am able to delete item. Finally, inside this switch, we have to add default case. Here I will write default. Then simply I'm just going to return state. In older code bases, we would have written throw new error. But here simply we are going to return our state. Let me come here. I will add backpacks, add cut apples, add, click on complete, spellings are applied, click on delete, entire functionality is working. So here, let us revise what we have done. First, we have created the state and we have made our input element as controlled element. Then we have used our useReducer, which will be taking reducer function and initial state, and in return, we are going to get our state and dispatch. So initially, entire thing will be empty. So that is the reason we have assigned empty array. And whenever we submit the form, first we have to prevent default reloading of our page. And then we have to trigger this action using this dispatch function. And also, once our form is submitted, we have to clear our input field. And inside this payload, we have given access to the value which we have typed inside the input field. Now here, using this switch statement, we are just checking for all these cases. So this first case will be matched. I am returning all the previous state. Then I am just calling this function with the value which I have entered inside this input field. And inside this function, I am returning object for each and every item which will be having ID, name and completed property. And by default, completed property will be false. So after that, once I click on add button, my items will be added. Then we should work on the completed status and the complete button is present inside task.js. So what we will do, simply we are just passing this dispatch function as a prop and accordingly we are just accepting that prop. Then we are just triggering this action inside this dispatch, and here we are also getting access to the ID for this particular item. Then here inside this toggle task, we are just looping through entire array and we are checking if our object ID is equal to the item ID which we have clicked, then only toggle this completed property. If this is false, then return my complete task. Similarly, for deleting also, we have triggered this action using this dispatch. Inside this also, we have passed ID. So whenever we are deleting using array method, we are checking if the task ID is not equal to the ID we have clicked, then simply filter that and put inside the new array. Then default, we are just returning our complete state. So this is our complete project using our useReducer. But still, you can see we are using setter function. Take this as a challenge, and instead of using useState, try to convert this entire logic into useReducer and try to display the result. But in next lecture, we are going to see solution for this, and this entire state we are going to convert into useReducer. Let us now work on our challenge solution. So the challenge was, inside this project for input field, we have used useState hook. But now what we want, instead of using useState, we should be using useReducer for our input field. So what we will do, we are not going to continue in the same useReducer. Instead, we are going to create separate reducer to handle our input field state. So using this useReducer, we are going to manage the task, and using another useReducer, we are going to handle multiple input fields. But here, as of now, we are only having one input field. But if we are having multiple input fields, for that, we are going to create separate useReducer. So first, let us make some changes in this project. Before that, I will just copy this folder, and inside this, I will be writing solution. Hit enter. Now I will come to app.js. Now in place of this to-do list, I will write to-do list underscore solution. Save it. Again, I will be having the same result. Everything is working fine. I will close all the files. Instead, I am just going to open the file which are present inside task list underscore solution. Now inside this task list, what I will do, I am just going to change my reducer name, because now we are creating multiple reducers. So using this, we are going to manage our task. So I will give reducer name as task reducer. Now I'll copy. Now here I have to paste my reducer. And also I'm just going to change this dispatch name. Here I will write task dispatch. Now I'll copy this. So now here I'm just going to copy this task dispatch. In place of this, I will be pasting. And finally, while passing the prop, inside this, I have to pass my task dispatch. And this prop we have already accepted inside this task.js. Now I will close this. So that's fine. We have only changed the reducer name, and also we have changed our dispatch name. Now I'll come here. Still everything is working fine. Okay, every functionality is working. Now what I am going to do, for this input field, instead of using this useState, I will be creating another reducer. Now I will just remove this entire thing, and also from this value I will remove this entire thing, and also I'm just going to remove this onChange event handler. Save it, and from here I will also remove this useState. Now I will be having lot of errors. Task name is not defined, set task name is not defined. Why? Because inside this function we are using all these names. So for that we are going to use another reducer. I will write here const, and inside this I will give the state name as input state. Then for dispatch I will give input dispatch. Finally I will be using useReducer. Inside this, I have to pass reducer function. I will write input reducer. And then finally, I have to pass initial state. Here I will write initial type. For better understanding, let me write here initial input. Now here, I am just going to create this initial state. I will copy. So this is our entire functionality related to task. Now below this, I will be adding one comment, and here I will write related to input field. Below this, I will be creating this variable, and inside this object, I'm just going to pass my task name. Initially, I do not want anything, so I'm just going to give empty string. Now what I have to do? I have to create my reducer function. Below this, I will write function reducer. Inside this, we have to pass current state and action arguments. Then what this reducer will be returning? It is going to return next updated state. So how we will check? Using this switch. Inside this, I will be passing action.type. Now here, inside this input field, what operations we are doing? First, we are going to set the name, and then we are going to clear the name. So here I will write the case. Inside this, I will write set hyphen task hyphen name. Then what I will do? Simply, I'm just going to return the next updated state. That is nothing but object, because our initial state is nothing but object. And inside this, whatever previous data I'm having, I'm just going to copy that, and I will write here task name, and inside this I will be writing action.payload. Now we are going to create our action. Let me just come down. So this is my input field. I will be writing value. Now here inside this I will be passing my input state dot task name. So initially my state is empty. So you can see initially my state is empty. So empty value will be displayed. But now what I want, using onChange event handler, whenever I start typing, I just want to access the value and I just want to update my state. So what we will do, here inside this, we are going to pass onChange event handler, and inside this, we are going to pass our event object. Previously, what we did, using setter function, we have accessed e.target.value. Now here, what we have to do, using dispatch, we have to trigger our action. So let me just write here dispatch. Instead of dispatch, we have given input dispatch, paste. Inside this, we have to pass action. And inside this action, our type is nothing but set task name. Copy, and here I will be pasting. Then we have to pass payload. Now what will be the payload? That is nothing but e.target.value. So here I will be writing payload. Inside this I will be writing e.target.value. I hope you understood till here. For this input field, we have created another reducer, and we have given reducer function and initial state. And initially we are assigning this task name as empty string. And when we are setting, we are returning entire state, and inside this task name, we are just setting our action.payload. And our payload is nothing but e.target.value. So whenever I type something, onChange event handler will be called, and accordingly value will be set. Now inside this task dispatch, here we have added add task, but inside this payload, for this name property, now directly we cannot access task name, because earlier this was a state. Now this task name is present inside this initial input. So I have to copy. From this object, I have to access my task name. Now I'll save it. As of now, let me just comment this line. If I start typing successfully, I am able to type, and each and every time when I am typing, onChange event handler will be called, and using this dispatch, we are just triggering this action. And inside this action, we are returning all the state, and we are setting this task name to action.payload, which is nothing but e.target.value. So our first step is done. Now next, what I have to do, once our form is submitted, I just want to clear my input field. So below this, I will be writing case, and for this, I will give clear hyphen task hyphen name. Inside this, what I will do, I will return entire state. Then I will just give this task name to empty string. That's it. You don't have to do. Now when this action will be triggered, whenever I submit the form, this action has to be triggered. I will remove this entire thing. Instead, I will be writing input dispatch, and inside this I will be passing type, and type is nothing but clear task name. Save it. Come here. Refresh this. Now I will be typing something. As soon as I click on add, you can see my input field is cleared. But here if you see, we are not having the data. If I click on delete, we are able to delete. But if we add something, our data is not displayed here. Before fixing that, inside a switch statement, we have to return this default. And here I will be writing return state. Save it. Still, if I type something, this is not visible, but successfully we have added our default case. But now the problem is, without entering anything inside this input field, when I click on add, again this list item is added. But I want to prevent this. So what we will do, inside this handle submit function, we are going to check for the condition. So here I will write if my input state dot task name, if this is equal to empty, then simply I just want to return from function. I do not want to perform any operation. Instead, I just want to return from function. Now, without adding anything, if I click on add, you can see nothing happens. But now let us see, whenever we are adding list item, why we are not getting this task name. So here the problem should be inside this dispatch, and here while passing the payload directly, we are passing this initial input. Instead of passing this initial input, we have to pass this input state for which our initial input will be assigned. Now I'm just going to pass input state. Come here. Now I will be adding. Click on add. Now you can see successfully I am able to get this name. Refresh once. Cut apples. I am having pack bags. Click on add. Click on complete. Click on delete. Entire thing is working. But here you might be thinking this is lot of work, because while using useState, we do not have to perform so much of logic. Yes, you are right. If you're having one or two input field, then definitely you can proceed with useState. But if you're having multiple input field, then you have to create useReducer, and accordingly you have to update the state. Successfully, if you have completed the challenge, then well and good. But if you got stuck and if you were not able to perform this challenge, then also no problem, because this challenge was tricky and also little bit complicated to understand this entire logic. Let us start with the project. In this, we are going to fetch fake store API data, and in this project, we are going to use concept of useState hook. Later on, this same project we are going to convert using useReducer hook. Now here I am having fetch course button. As soon as I click on this, here I will be having loading, and from fake store this data will be fetched. Accordingly, you can give your own styling, but for learning purpose, I have simply given this random styling. So from API, I am able to fetch image, I am able to fetch title, price is displayed, and below this I am having one button. Again refresh. So when my data is getting loaded, my button text will be changed to loaded. Once my data has arrived, I will be having entire data and my text changes back to fetch post. So this entire project we are going to use using useState hook. But if I am having some error while fetching the data, I will click on this. You can see this message will be displayed. So now we are going to work on this project, and in this entire project we are going to use concept of useState hook. I will come to VS Code. Inside this, I'm just going to create one folder. I will give fetch state. And inside this, I will be creating one file, fetch data.js. Now I will come to app.js. From here, I am going to remove this. Instead, I will just include this fetch data.js. And from here, I will be writing import. And inside this, I will be passing fetch data from. I will pass this folder name, and from this folder name I just want to import this entire file. You can also create separate React app, but I'm just going to continue in this folder. Now inside this fetch data we do not have anything, so from scratch we are going to start this project. So first I will be writing export default function fetch data, and inside this I will return hello. Save it. Now successfully I am able to display this hello. And inside app.css I have given this basic styling for this entire project. Accordingly, you can give your own styling or you can only learn React concept. I will close it. So now first I am going to create static structure for my project. Remove this h1. In place of this, I will create div, and for this I will give the class as container. Inside this, I will be creating button. For this, I will give the class as fetch btn, and simply I'm just going to display fetch post. Then below this, I will be giving span, and for this I will give the class as error message. Inside this, I will write the text as something went wrong. Now, successfully, I am able to display this button as well as I am able to display this text. Now below this, what I just want to create separate container for my product. For this cart container, you can create another component, but as of now, let us work on this same file. So below this span, I will be creating div, and for this, I will give cart container. Inside this, I will create another div. For this, I will give the class as card. Then first, what I want to display? I just want to display the image. So here, I will write cart image. Inside this, I'm just going to create this image tag. As of now, I'm not going to pass anything. Here, simply, I will be writing title. Come here. Now you can see successfully my container is created and this image is not present, but my alt text is displayed. Below this, I'm going to create another div. For this, I will give the class as cart content. Inside this, I will write h3. Then I'm just going to give cart title. Simply, I'm just going to write cart title. Come here. Now you can see my title is displayed. Below that, I just want to display the price. Here I will be writing cart price. And here I will write 100. Save. Come here. Successfully, I am able to display. But here, let me just add the text. In demo, we have not added this price, but let us add this text here. Then finally, below this div container, I will be creating one more div. For this, I will keep the class as cart actions. Inside this, I will be creating one button. For this, I will keep the class as cart btn. Then I will be giving the text as buy now. Save it. Now you can see successfully my card is displayed. Now if I just want to display one more card, I will copy. Below this I will be pasting. Again my card will be displayed. But in React we are not going to copy and paste. Instead we are going to loop through the data and accordingly we are just going to display the data. So let me remove the second card. Instead I will just keep only one card. So whenever we are fetching any data from API, first while fetching, data will be loaded. If it is successful, we are going to get the data. If it is not successful, we are going to get the error. So here we are having three cases. Let me just come here. Above this, I will be writing. First, it will be loading. Then successfully, if everything is fine, then I just want to fetch the post. If everything is not fine, then simply I just want to display the error. So basically, we are having three functionalities. So for that, what we will do, we are going to create three states. Below this, I will be writing const. Inside this first state, I will give loading. Then setter function set loading. Initially, this will be set to false. Once my data is getting fetched, only then we have to make this as true. Initially, this will be false. Then I will be creating another state. I will give post. Then set post use state. Initially, let me just remove this. I will write here use state. And also use state will be imported from React. And inside this initial value, I will be giving as array. Because inside API, we are going to have array of object. Initially, we do not want to display any product. So that is the reason we have passed empty array. Let me copy this error and above this I will be pasting. Then finally, for error, I will be creating another state. Here I will be giving error. Set error. Initially, we do not want to display any error. So initial value we are going to pass as false. That's it. We have created three state. Now here if you see I have written the wrong spelling. Let me just correct. Save it. Again I will be having the same result. But now for loading initial value is false. For post initial value is empty array. And for this error initial value is false. Now what I want to do, when it is loading, I just want to display another text. If it is not loading, I just want to display this fetch post. So this entire thing I'm going to wrap inside JavaScript mode. Here I will check if loading is true. Let me come inside this. If my loading is true, then what I want to display? I just want to display loading. Or else I just want to display this fetch post. Save. Now initially my loading is false, so fetch post will be displayed. You can see fetch post is displayed. But here if I make as true, now you can see I will be having this loading text. But initially I will set it to false. Once I click on the button, when my data is getting loaded, only then I just want to display this text. But initially I do not want to display this text. Similarly, for error also, if my error is true, only then I want to display this, or else I do not want to display this message. JavaScript mode. Now you can see initially we can see this message. Now I will be checking if my error is true, only then display the message. If it is false, do not display the message. Now currently it is false, so we should not be having this message displayed. You can see that message has gone. If I make as true, save it, now that message will be displayed. Initially, I'm just going to make as false. Now, whenever I click on this fetch post button, only then I have to fetch the data. So here, I will be writing on click. Inside this, I will give the function name as handle fetch. I will copy this function. Below this, I'm just going to create this function. Save it. Nothing happens. Whenever I click on this button, I have to call this function. Now inside this function, first what I will do, when my data is getting fetched, I just want to set my set loading to true. I will copy. Here I will be pasting. I am just updating my loading state to true. Now here I will click on this. You can see it is loading. So once it is through, this text will be displayed. So let me refresh. But now what I want, instead of only displaying loading, I just want to fetch the data from API. So for that, we are going to use fetch function from JavaScript. And inside this, we are going to pass fake store API data. Just search for fake store API. Click on this first link. And here you will be having this data. Copy till products. Copy. Come here and inside this you have to paste. Then I will come down. Using this then method, whatever data I will be having, I'm just going to apply JSON method. Inside this, I will be passing response. After that, on this response, I'm just going to apply this JSON method so that we get readable data. Then after that, I will be writing then. Inside this, I will be passing data. Simply, I will log this data. And from here, I will be removing semicolon. That's it. Now I will come here, come to project, open inspect. Now I will click on this. You can see successfully I am able to fetch this API data. But still if you see here, my button text is not changed. It is still loading. So what I want to do, so once my data has arrived, what I want to do, I just want to set this loading to false. So here I will just give curly braces, come down. Once my data is fetched, I will set this set loading to true. Sorry, set loading to false. Save it. Again come here, refresh this. I am fetching the data. Once the data is fetched, you can see again my button text is changed to fetch post. Let me clear this and show you again. I will click on this. It is loading. Once it is loaded, you can see once my data is fetched, after that, again, my button text is changed to fetch post. Finally, we should be adding catch method as well. Below this, I will be writing catch. Inside this, I will be passing error. I will simply log this error. That's it. I have not done anything. And from here, I will be removing this semicolon. So here, what I have done, when I click on this button, successfully, I am able to fetch this data. But what I want, instead of displaying in console, I just want to display on my UI. So for that, we have already created the state and this is nothing but this is array of object. So what I have to do, first I have to loop through my array. So now my post is nothing but array. What I want to do, I just want to loop through entire array. So this entire data, I just want to loop. I will be wrapping inside this JavaScript mode. Inside this, I will be giving post dot map method. Here, I will be writing close map method. Inside this, I'm going to pass post. Open this callback function. And inside this parenthesis, I will just copy this entire thing, cut it from here. And here I'm just going to paste entire div container, which is having class as card. That's it. So later on, once we update the screen, using this set post, we are just going to get entire data, which is nothing but array of object. I will save it. Now, instead of this console, I will be writing set post and inside this, I will be passing this data. Now I will come here. When I refresh this, you can see I am able to display this 20 cards. If I inspect in my console, you can see I am having 20 data. So that is the reason I am able to display this 20 card. So what I have done, using this set post, I have just accessed entire array of object and I have updated my post state. So now this post state is having entire array of object, and so I'm just looping through entire array, and each and every object will be represented for one product. Now here what I will do, I am just going to display all the data. Here I will be writing post.image, and from where I am getting this image property, in this, let me just decrease the size. So here inside this each product we are having this image, we have title, we have price, we have description, we have lot of data, but simply I'm just going to access image. Now here I will be writing post.title. This post will be having entire data. First time it will be having first object data, second time second object data, and it keeps on going. Then I will copy this title and here I will be pasting. Here also I will paste. In place of title, simply I'm just going to give price. Now I'll come here, refresh this, click on this fetch post. You can see successfully I am able to fetch image, title and price from my fake API store. But now here let me come. I will just give some error inside this API. Come here, refresh once. I will click on this fetch post. It is loading. You can see no error is displayed. Why? Because now if you see here, I am not able to fetch the data as well as no error is displayed. Why? Because we have only set error to false. We have not set error to true. So what we have to do, if we are having any error, in place of this, I will be writing, let me remove, I will be writing set error, and inside this, I will pass the value as true. I will remove this. Come here, refresh once, click on this. Now I am having some error, so that is the reason now I am having this message. But if you see here, again, my button text is not changed. So what I have to do? Again, I just have to set it to false. I will come here. I will copy this set loading, and here I am just going to set it to false. Again, refresh. Click on this loading. If I am having any error, again, it is just going to change to false, and I will be having this fetch post text. But now the problem is, I will just fix my error. Okay, now successfully I will be able to fetch the data. Come here, click on this. I am able to fetch the data, but if you see here, this error is still present. So what we have to do, before fetching the data, we just have to set this error to false. I will just write here false. So if we are having any error, again when we are fetching the data, we are just setting this error to false. Come here, refresh once. Before that, let me give the error. Come here. Now error is displayed. I will fix the error. Now as soon as I click on this, you can see that error has gone, and successfully we are able to fetch entire data from API. And now if you see here, we are using 3 state variables, and each and every time when we are updating, 6 times we are updating this state. So multiple times if you want to change something inside the UI, instead of creating this use state, we should always use useReducer. But as of now, I hope you understood this entire project, and successfully you are able to fetch this data from API. In this lecture, what we are going to do, whatever project we have created using useState to fetch the API data, same project we are going to convert using useReducer, so that we are going to understand the concept of useReducer and also understand the structure to fetch data from API. So this is the project we created using useState hook. When I click on this, here I will be having loading text. Once my data is fetched successfully, I am able to display entire card. Accordingly, you can give your own styling. Now what I want, I just want to convert this entire project using our useReducer hook. I'll come here, Control B. I'm just going to copy this folder, copy, paste. Here I will write fetch reducer. After changing, now I'm just going to come inside app.js. From here, I will remove fetch state. Instead, I will be giving fetch reducer. And from that file, I just want to access this fetch data. So here I will close, and also I will be closing this. Open this fetch reducer, and from here I will be selecting this file. And we already know, while using this use state, for each and everything we have to update our state. So now if you see this project, this managing state is little bit complicated because for every single item change, we need to update our state. Once we update the state, only then our data will be synced with our application. But now we will not be using any state. So here we are going to work on loading the data, getting the data, and finally, if we are having any error, for error we need some data. I'm just going to remove all the state, and inside this updation also I will be removing. Here also I will remove this entire thing, and here I will remove. You can see I have removed all the state, and also I have removed entire state updating logic. And also I do not need this use state. Simply I'm just going to remove. I have removed my state and also setter function, but here still our state variables are present. But now using the same variables, we are going to use useReducer, and inside initial state we will be passing all these variables. But now if I come here, I will be having all these errors. Why? Because these were the state variables which we have removed now. So for comparison purpose, what I will do, from this fetch state, I will just open this file. Okay, this is the folder on which we are working, fetch reducer, and this is the project which we have written in our previous lecture. So now, first I am having loading state for which initial value is false. Then I am having post for which initial value is empty array. And finally, I am having error for which initial value is false. But whenever we are using useReducer, we don't have to create separate state. Instead, we are going to create only one state. So here I will write const initial state is equal to, I will be passing as object. I will copy this loading, paste it here. Initially, I'm just going to give false. This is nothing but object. I'm just going to separate by comma. Then I will be writing post. For that, initial value is empty array. Finally, we are having error. For this, initial value is false. So now successfully, we have created our initial state. But if I come here, still I will be having this error. Why? Because inside this one object, I have passed all these three values. So instead of updating in this way, instead of creating separate state, what I have done, all the variables I have passed inside this initial state. Now here I'm just going to create my useReducer. Here I will write useReducer. Hit enter. It will be imported from React library. I will remove this, and here I will be pasting. And this reducer will be taking two arguments. First is our reducer function, and second is our initial state. I have already created the initial state which is having all these three values, and in return it will be returning array which immediately we are going to destructure. So here I will be writing state, and then I will be writing my dispatch function. You can give any name, but this is the common practice. We are going to give dispatch for dispatch. Now this state will be assigned to this initial state, and my initial state is nothing but object. So what I have to do, whenever I am accessing these variables, now my state is object, and from that object I just want to access the property. So here I will be writing state dot error, Then for this also, I will be writing state.loading. And finally, we are having post. Here I will write state.post. Now I will save, refresh this. Still, that errors have gone. Loading, error and post is not defined. All those errors are gone. Instead, now I am having reducer is not defined. So here I will be creating reducer function. Below this, I will write reducer, and this is going to take state and action as its argument. Save it. Now you can see all the errors have gone. Now if I click on this, nothing will happen. But now I will change it to true. Save it. Refresh once. Now you can see my text content is changed to loading. So in my initial state, I have passed this. So successfully, I am able to get the result. For this error also, if I make through, refresh once, you can see error is displayed and also my loading text is displayed. Let me change both to false. I hope till now you understood. We have removed all the state as well as all the state updating logic, and we have created our useReducer. And inside the initial state, we have passed all the variables which we need to update. And finally, we have created our reducer function. So now inside this reducer, what action type we need to pass? If you see here, we have for loading, we have for post, and finally we have for error. So basically loading means we are just starting to fetch the data, and post is using this we are successfully getting the data, and finally using error, if we are having some error, accordingly we are going to update our UI. So in total, we have to perform 3 dispatch. I will come here. When I want to perform, whenever I am fetching this data, whenever I click on this button, only then I have to perform all this operation. So here I will be writing dispatch. Inside this, I'm just going to pass the action, and here I will give action type as fetch start. I will give here type. I will be passing as fetch start. So as soon as I click on this, successfully, I have to start my loading. Then next, when successfully my data is arrived, again I have to dispatch. Inside this, I will be passing type. Type I will be writing as fetch, fetch success, and finally, whatever data I have received, that data I will be passing for this payload property. Okay. So whenever I click on this, first time my loading should be started. Once my data is arrived, using this fetch success, I'm just going to get the data. And finally, if I'm having any error, again dispatch. Inside this, I will be passing type. For this, simply I will be giving fetch error. So now these are the actions which I have created, and these actions are going to trigger using this dispatch function. So as soon as I click on this button, first time my loading should be started. Once I am having the data, inside this payload, I am passing the data, and if I am having any error, using this, I am just going to get the error. So inside this payload, you can pass this error as well. But as of now, let us see based on this action how to execute our code. So now inside this reducer, I will be writing switch. Then I will write action.type. So this action is nothing but this entire object, and from this action I am just checking the type of the object. So in total I am having 3 cases. So here I will write case. First case is fetch start. Then here simply I will write return empty string. I will come down. Then here we are having another case, that is nothing but fetch success. Here I will be pasting. Come down, return something. And finally, we are having third case, that is fetch error. Copy, and here I will be pasting. Okay, do not get confused. We have already worked with multiple examples. We are just using the same structure. Only thing, you should understand entire concept. And in default case, simply I will be returning state. Now here you can see our initial state is nothing but object. So whenever we are returning something, we have to return object. Remove this. I will copy this entire thing and here I will be pasting. So whenever it is starting, what I have to do? I have to change this loading to true. So till I am not having any post, so it will be empty and finally error will be false. So only thing we have to change is loading to true. Now once we are having the data, again we have to return this. Inside this I will copy again, paste it here. Now loading has to be set to true. Then instead of this post, what I will be having? I will be having action.payload. Why? Because inside this payload, we are getting our entire data. Inside this payload, we have passed entire data, whatever we are getting from API. So whenever it is success, so for this post, I have assigned action.payload, which is nothing but array of object. And here our error will be false and then our loading will also be false because here successfully we are fetching our data. Then finally inside error I will open. Again I am just going to copy this. Here I will be pasting. So when I am having error, my loading will be false. Then post simply I am just going to set to empty array. And finally for error I will be making true. But we already know, instead of writing this entire state variables, simply whatever it is changing, only that property we are going to change. Rest all we are just going to copy. So here you can see we are having loading as false. Here we have only changed loading to true. Rest entire thing is same. Post is empty array and also error is false. So I will remove this. Instead, what I will do, I'm just going to copy my entire state and inside that state, I am just updating my loading value. And after that, if you see loading is false, action is updated and error is also false. So again, I will remove this and also I will remove. Instead, I'm just going to copy my entire state. Then finally, inside this error, loading is false, post is empty array, and only error is true. Again, I will remove this. Simply, I'm just going to write state. So whatever property we want to update, accordingly, we are just going to update that property and this entire thing we are going to copy from initial state. Now I will save it. Come here, refresh this one. Click on this. I am having loading text. Now you can see successfully we have converted our entire project and we have used the same concept, but instead of using useState hook, we have used useReducer. So again, just go through this code. First, what we have done, we have removed all the state and all the state updating logic and we have created our useReducer. And whenever we are fetching data, first data will be loaded, then data will be fetched, and if we are having some error, then error will be displayed. Let me show you. If here I am having some error in API, refresh this, click on this. Now you can see this is also working fine. But in our useState project, we have seen if we are having any error, instead of loading, we should be set to fetch post. So here I will be writing loading to false. Save it, refresh this, click on this. Once I am having error, again I am having the text as fetch post. So once we created useReducer, inside this reducer function, we are passing three cases. Accordingly, based on this action, we are loading the data, we are getting the data, and if we are having any error, error will be displayed. And inside this initial state, we have passed all these three values. Here, now let me just correct the API, fake store API. And inside this dispatch, first, I'm just trying to dispatch this action with fetch start, which will set loading to true. Then once I'm having this data, inside this payload, I'm passing entire data. So once successfully I am having the data, I will be able to render that data on screen. And finally, we are having dispatch for error. If we are having any error, loading we are going to set to false and error we are going to set to true. And finally, from this state variable, we are going to access all these properties and accordingly, we are going to render the data on screen. This is the simple project you should understand to master useReducer. Let us now start with the project. In this, we are going to see how to display date. So here I am having progress bar. Below that I am having simple text and here I am having counter and accordingly my default date is displayed. Now I will just increase the value. Now you can see one day from today is Thursday, November 24, 2050. And if I have updated something, my reset button is enabled. Again, when I increase 2 days from now, again when I increase, it keeps on going and accordingly date will be displayed. If I go to 0, then I will be having today's date. If I go -1, then I will have one day ago was Tuesday, November 22, 2050. If I am having 0, then I will have today is 23, 2050. If I update something, only then I will be having my reset button. And here I am having this progress bar. I will just increase this step to 6. Now when I increase on this, now I will have 7 days from today is. Again when I click, so each and every time value 6 will be added to our counter. Why? Because my step is 6. Again I can increase till 10. Now when I click on this, I will be having 23. Again when I click on this, I will be having 33. Again I will click. So in this way, we are going to see how to update the date and also based on the value, how to display different kind of string. And also we are going to see how to work with this progress bar. So this entire project we will be creating first inside useState and after that we are going to convert this entire project using useReducer hook. Now inside this project folder, inside src, I will be creating one folder. Here I will give display date. Inside this I will create one file. I will give displaydate.js. Then inside app.js, I'm just going to render that. You can also create separate React app, but as of now, I'm just going to create on this same file. I will copy, remove this entire thing, paste. Then from this file, I just want to import this display.js. So successfully, I have rendered my display date component. Now I will come inside this display date. So this display date I am using inside app.js. So it is important to export this component. So here I will write export and I will be doing default export. Here I will write export default function display date and inside this I will write return and here I will write h1. Simply I will be writing hello. Save it. Come here. Successfully I am able to display hello. And inside app.css I have already given the styling. Accordingly, you can give your own styling or you can continue with this React concept. So first, let us work on creating the static data. I will remove this entire h1. Instead, I will be creating div and for this div, I will give the class as container. Inside this, I will be creating another div and for this, I will give the class as step-container. Then first what I just want progress bar. So for that progress bar, inside HTML, we are having type as range. Save it. Let me show you. Now you can see progress bar is displayed. But inside this, we can also give maximum and minimum values. I will come down. Here I will be writing minimum Minimum I will give it as 0. You have to pass a string. Then maximum I will be giving as 10. Now I will save. Refresh this one. Now here you will not be able to see the values, but later on when we just convert this input to control element, then accordingly you will be able to see the value. And for this I will be giving the class name. I will give as range-input. Now save it. Now you can see successfully I am able to display this progress bar. Now below this, what I want to do, I just want to create one span, and for this I will keep the class as step label. Here simply I will write step. As of now I will simply write 1. Now you can see here text is displayed and also default value is displayed. Now below this div container, below this step container, I will be creating another div, and for this I will keep the class as counter-container. Inside this, first what I just want to display the button. So here I will write button. For this I will give the class as btn. I will pass minus. Now you can see successfully I am able to display the button. Below that I will copy same thing. Instead of minus I will be writing plus. Save. Now successfully I am able to display both the buttons. Now in between I just want to display input field. I will write input, and for this I will give the class as counter-input. Save it. Come here. Now you can see successfully I am able to display minus button, input field as well as plus button. Later on we are going to display the value as well, but let us continue with the static structure. Below this div, below this counter container, I will be creating paragraph, and for this paragraph I will give the class as date-display, and inside this I will write span. Here I will write today is, and after that below this span I will be creating one more span, and for this I will give the text as Monday. Save it. Simply what I want to display, if I am having default date, then I want to display this text today is Monday, and accordingly date has to be displayed. Let me just come here, refresh this. Now you can see here I am having today is Monday. I will give one space. Now I am having today is Monday text. And finally, in our static structure, we also have reset button, but that button has to be displayed if there is any update in our UI. But as of now, in our static structure, we are going to display that button. I will write div, and inside this, I will be giving the class as btn, as well as I will give the class as reset-btn. Inside this, I will pass the text as reset. Now you can see successfully we have created a static structure. Accordingly, you can give your own styling. So here I am having progress bar. Below that I am having text. Here I am having decrement button, input field, increment button. Then I am having one text to display my date. And finally I am having reset button. Now let us start working on a state. So first we are going to work on this progress bar. So I'll just come down. For this progress bar, we have given step container. So what we will do, we will create the state const. Here I will write step, then I will write set step, and here I will be using useState. Initially, what I want to display, I just want to display value 1. So initially, I just want to set 1. So that is the reason default value I have given as 1. So once we are using useState, it is important we import that useState from React library. Now what I want to do, this one I have to display inside this input field. Now what we are doing, we are just making this input field as controlled element, so that this input field will be controlled by React. and all the state update logic will be in one central place, and that will be managed by React. So now here I will be writing value. Inside this I will be passing step. Now save it. Now you can see my progress bar is here, which means now the value is 1. And also whatever updation I am doing, accordingly I just have to display the value here. So here also I will be passing step. Now if I just change it to 6, save it. Now you can see my progress bar is here, and also step is changed to 6. I will change the default value to 1. Save it. Accordingly, I will be having the result. Now after that, what I want, whenever I am changing something inside the progress bar, using onChange event handler, I just want to set the value. So here I will be writing onChange event handler, and inside this I will be passing event object. Then using this setter function, I just want to access the value. So here I will write e.target.value. Save it. Refresh this. Initially my value is 1. I will just increase this. My value is 2. Increase 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So each and every time whenever I am updating the value, onChange event handler will be called, and accordingly using this setter function I am just updating this value. So once this value is updated, accordingly that value will be displayed on my UI. Then next we are going to work on this counter. So for that I will be creating another state. Here I will write const. Here I will be writing count. Then I'm just going to write set count is equal to useState initial value. I'm just going to give as 0. Why? Because this value I just want to display on my input field. Now I will come here. Whenever I click on this button, I just want to update my state. So here I will write on click. So whenever I click on this button, I just want to update my counter value. So here I will write set count, and using the initial state, I just want to update my value. Here I will write C, then C minus 1. Save it. Initially my value is 0. Let me come here. Refresh this. Nothing will be displayed. Why? Because inside this input field, we have not displayed any data. So here, now I will come to input field. I will be writing value is equal to count. So what I have done, whenever I am clicking on this button, using this setter function, I am decreasing the value of my state. Now I will come here, minus 4 is displayed. Let me refresh. Initially it is 0. I will click on this minus 1, minus 2, minus 3, minus 4. So it keeps on going. Similarly, whenever I click on this plus button, each and every time I just want to increase the value by 1. I will copy same thing. Here I will be pasting. In place of minus, I will be writing plus. Now refresh this. Click on this. Each and every time I am able to increase the value by 1. And when I click on this, each and every time I am able to decrease the value by 1. But here, if I just increase the step, and when I click on this plus, accordingly, whatever step value I am having, based on that, my value has to be increased. So here, what we will do, instead of writing minus 1 and plus 1, whatever step value we are having, using that value, we are going to subtract the number, and using that value, we are going to add the number. So here I will write C minus 1, and here for plus I will be writing C plus 1. Now I will come here. Initially it is 0. I will click on this. So each and every time it will be increasing by 1. Why? Because my step is 1. Now here I will change to 7. Now you will see the problem. As soon as I increase, 7 is added here. But I should be having 6 plus 7, that is 13. But instead I got this result. So here what happens, whatever data we got from this progress bar, that is nothing but string. So when we are having number and string, it is just going to concatenate. It will not be added. Instead, numbers will be concatenated. So that is the reason I got the result as 67, which is nothing but string. So here, what we will do, whenever we are updating this state, this entire value, we are just going to wrap inside number function. Or you can simply add plus here in this way. Now I will refresh, increase, add. Now you can see I will be having the result, but mostly I will be using number function. And this entire thing I will be wrapping inside number function. Now I will refresh each and every time when I am increasing, whatever step value I am having, that will be added. Now I will increase the step value to 7. Now as soon as I increase, I will be having 17. Now that entire value I have converted to number. So accordingly, I will be having the correct result. But if you see here, I am able to increase the value as well as I am able to decrease the value. But I will not be able to update this input field. Even if I do backspace, this value will not be removed. Why? Because that value is set inside this value attribute. So what I have to do? Now I have to pass on change event handler. Why? Because we are making this input field as control element. So React should be controlling this input field. Again, same process. You should always follow this as a recipe. Here I will be passing event object. Then using this set count. Here again I will be using number function e dot target dot value. Save it. Come here. Refresh this. I will increase. Now I will be able to remove. You can see default value is set. And here I can type the values. So you should be very careful. Whenever we are making our input field as control element, we should always follow this recipe. First, we have to create the state. Then we have to use the state. And using our setter function, we have to update our state. Now finally, let us work on our displaying date. So we are going to work on this part. So what I will do, using JavaScript logic, above this I will be creating one variable date, and here I'm just going to pass the new date. Here I will write new date. Default I will write 23rd November 2050. And this entire thing we should be passing as a string. So I have passed 23rd November 2050 as my default date. Now below this I will log. Here I will be writing date. I will come here, inspect this. Now inside that you can see I am having Wednesday, November 23, 2050. Now what I want to do, I just want to set my date by accessing the date. So let me show you how you will be doing. Below this I will write date dot set date, and inside this I will write date dot get date. This is nothing to do with React. It is simply normal JavaScript. And here, whatever count value I am having, I am just going to add that count value. Let me just bring this date down. Save it. Come here. Refresh this. Increase. Now you can see I am having step as 3 and my count is 0. So I am having this result. I will increase the value. Now accordingly, I am able to access this result. Again, I will increase the value. I will be able to access the result. So each and every time what I am doing, I am just adding 3. That is my count. And that 3 will be added to my date and I will be having this result. Again, when I click on this, 3 will be added and I will be having this Friday, December 2. And again, I will click. Now I will have Monday, December 5. So each and every time I am just adding my count to date. I will remove this entire thing, and if you just hover on this, you will be able to see it is going to set numeric day of the month value of a day object using local time. And here using this, we can get day of the month using local time. And for that, we are just adding our count variable. I will just remove this entire thing. Now I will come here. Now what I want to do, whatever result I got, I just want to display in readable data. So here I will write date dot to date string. Okay, this is the method using which we are going to return date as a string value. Now I will save. You can see successfully I am able to display this result which can be easily read by human. I will refresh this. Now I am having today is Wednesday, November 23, 2015. So whatever default value I have given accordingly today is, and using this method I am able to display this value. Again I will click today is Thursday. Again I will click. Each and every time I am able to change the result. But apart from changing the date, I also want to work on this text. I do not want to display today is for each and every day. If the date is larger than default date, then I should display one day from today is. If the date is lesser than default date, then I should display one day ago was. So in that way, I just have to display this date. So here conditionally, we are just going to render this value. Now I will just bring this text down, and here I'm just going to use JavaScript mode. Let me just remove this today is. Instead, I will be writing count. If my count is equal to 0, then that simply means today is. So here I will write the text today is. I will remove this double quotes. And here I will be using nested ternary operators. Accordingly, you can use your own logic. But for this simple project, I will be using ternary operator. So if my count is equal to 0, then today is Monday. Else, I will be checking if my count is greater than 0. Again, I will be using ternary operator. If this condition is true, then this will be displayed. If this condition is false, I will come to else part. Inside this, I am checking for another condition. So if this is true, I will be using template string, and here I will be passing my count value. Here I will write, for example, if my count is 1, one day, here I will write one day from today is. Okay, that's it. One day from today is. If it is greater than 0, then I should display this. Else, what I have to do, I simply have to write again template literal count 1 days ago was. For example, just imagine my count is 2. Count is equal to 0. The condition fails. I will come inside the else part. 2 is greater than 0. Yes, it is 2 day from today is. Here I will write 2 days from today is, and accordingly date will be displayed. Suppose imagine my count is -5. The condition fails. I will come here -5 greater than 0. Again the condition fails. I will come inside this -5 days ago was. Accordingly date was displayed. Now I will save it. Come here, refresh this. Today is, you can see successfully I am able to display. I will click on this 1 days from today is. Again I will click 2 days from today is. 3 days from today is. Again when I click on this -1 day ago was, but I do not want to display this minus. Instead, what I will do, this entire value I will just wrap inside math.apps. Here I will write math.apps, and this count I will be passing as parameter, and this entire thing I will be wrapping inside JavaScript mode. Okay, this is the syntax. Now save it. Now you can see 2 days ago was Monday, November 21. 3 days ago was 4 days. So it keeps on going and negative value is removed. And after this, I will be giving the spaces. Save it. Come here. Successfully, I am able to display the result. I will increase 6 days from today is. 12 days, 18 days, 24. Accordingly, I will have the result. Again, when I click on minus, successfully, I will be having the result. So this progress bar is working. We are able to display the state and also we are able to work on this counter. Let me refresh. Now here, if my step is 1 and if this default value is 0, what I want to do, I just do not want to render my reset button. If I am doing some updation, only then this reset button has to be displayed. And also, whenever I click on this reset button, it should be reset to default values. So first, let me just wrap inside JavaScript mode. And above this, I will be writing the condition if my count is not equal to 0, as well as if my step is not equal to 1, then what I have to do, let me just open this parenthesis and inside this, I'm just going to close. So this is my button. I will be closing. Else, what I want to do, I just do not want to display the button. So here I will be writing null. Okay, simple enough. By default, my count will be 0 and my step will be 1. So if this is not equal to 0 and if this is not equal to 1, only then I have to display the button. If this is equal to 0 and if this is equal to 1, I do not want to display the button. Instead, I am just passing null, which means button will not be displayed. Now here, my step is 8. This condition satisfies. Now here my step is 8. 8 is not equal to 1. Yes, the condition is true and we are using OR operator. So I will come here and button will be displayed. But now as soon as I refresh, my step is not equal to 1. Condition fails. Count is not equal to 1. Condition fails. So this entire thing is going to return me false and null will be returned, which means button will not be displayed. Why? Because my step is 1 and count is 0. And here we are checking if count is not equal to 0 and step is not equal to 1, only then display this reset button or else do not display the reset button. As soon as I increase successfully, I am able to display this reset button. But here, whenever I click on this, I should be moving to default values. So here for this button, I will be writing on click. Inside this, I will be passing this handle reset. Now I'm just going to copy this function. I will come on top. Below this, I will write function handle reset. What I will do, I will be using this set step and initial value is 1. So I'm just going to set to 1. Then I will just copy this set count, copy, paste it here. Initial value is 0. I will be passing 0. Save it. Now as soon as I click on this, you can see initial value is set to 0 and my step is 1. Now I am going to update. Click on this reset. Successfully, I am able to set the values. So this is the simple project we have created using useState, and here we are using toState for our progress bar as well as for our increment and decrement counter. Accordingly, we have performed all this operation. We have worked on controlled elements. We have passed the values. And based on this on-change event handler, we are just updating our values. And on our UI, we are displaying the state. And based on the current value of count, we are displaying different string for a date. And using this toDate string method, we are just returning our date as a string value so that it can be easily read by human. And after that, we are checking this condition to display the reset button. If the condition is true, we are going to display the reset button. If the condition is false, then simply we are not going to display the reset button. So just practice this because later on in our next project, we are going to convert the same project using our useReducer hook. Let us continue with our project, and this entire project we have built using useState hook. Now we are going to convert this entire project using useReducer hook. So as of now, we have worked on multiple projects. So now you will be having little bit idea how to write use state structure. So you can also take this as a challenge and pause the video and do it by yourself. But still, if you want more practice on useReducer, then you can continue with this project. So first, I will just close these files, all the files. Come to Explorer. I'm just going to copy this folder. Inside this, I will give display date reducer. And from this folder, I will just open this display date.js file. Now I will come to app.js. Now instead of display date, I will write display date reducer. So from this folder, I just want to access this file. Save it. Come here. Refresh this again. Everything will be working fine. Now I will just close. Instead, I'm just going to open the file which is present inside display date reducer. And also, I'm just going to open the file where we have worked on the project using our useState hook. So this is the file we are going to work which is present inside display date reducer folder. Now I will come to the file. First, I'm just going to remove all the state, and from here I will be removing this import. And also I do not need this function. I'm just going to remove. And from this input field, I will remove this entire value and onChange event handler. And also from this input field, I will be removing this value and onChange event handler. And here also, whenever I click on this, I do not want to set anything. I will remove this setter function. And also from here, I will be removing this setter function. Instead, better, I'm just going to remove this entire onClick. I do not want to perform anything. I will remove, but I have not removed this step and count. Why? Because inside our initial state, we are going to pass the same variables. So that is the reason I will not be removing this step and count. I will save. Now I will come on top. First, what I will do, I will be creating our useReducer. So to understand this project, first you should work on the project which we have done earlier using our useState hook. Below this, I will be writing useReducer that will be imported from React library. Inside this, I will be passing reducer function and initial state. Now, if you remember in our to-do list, what we did for managing the task, we have created separate reducer, and for our input field, we have created separate reducer. And here, if you notice, we are having two input field. But for this both input field, I will be creating only one initial state. Why? Because input field values are related to each other. Whenever I am dating my step, accordingly, I am just increasing my count. So both are related to each other. So for that, I will be working on only one state. Now this useReducer will be returning array. Immediately, I'm just going to restructure state and dispatch. That's it. Now I will copy this initial state. Here I will be creating my initial state. I will write const initial state. Now here I'm just going to pass as object. What I will pass? I will write step, and for that step initial value we have given as 1. So here I will be passing 1. Then I will be writing count, and for that initial value we have given as 0. I am not creating any state. Instead, inside this initial state, I am creating object and I am passing two values. So now this state will be having this complete initial state value, that is nothing but object. Now here, instead of writing state dot step, what I will do, I am just going to destructure my state. I will come down here. I will write const. Now this state is nothing but object. So how we are going to destructure? We will write object, and this exact same property name we are going to pass. step count, which is nothing but state. So from my state, I have accessed this step and count, and now I do not have to change anything. Entire thing will be working fine. So here, once I destructure, I do not want to update anything in my JSX. Everything will be fine. I do not have to write state.step, state.count, state.count. Everywhere I do not have to update. So that is the reason I have just destructured my state. Now what I will do? Below this, I will be creating my reducer function. And this reducer function will be taking two parameters. First will be the state, and second, it is going to take the action. Save it. Come here. Refresh this. Now here I am having handle set is not defined. So from this reset, I will remove this entire on click. Save it. Refresh this one. Now you can see we are not having any error, but successfully we have removed the state. Instead, we are using our useState hook. Accordingly, we have passed the initial state and we have just destructured our state so that each and every time we do not have to update our JSX. Now, successfully we have completed. Now let us work on dispatch function. So first, inside the step container, I will be passing the value, and for this, simply I'm just going to pass the step which we have destructured from our state. Now you can see successfully I am having this result. If I change this to 10, save it, let me refresh. Now you can see this is my progress bar, and accordingly my reset button is also displayed. Now I will change it to 1. Now what I will do, whenever I am changing something inside this progress bar, I will be calling this onChange event handler. So once this event is fired, what I will do, I am just going to dispatch the action. So here I will write dispatch. Inside this, I will be passing the action. For this, I will give the type. Here I will write set step, and after that I will be passing the payload. What payload we have to pass? So inside this onChange event handler, using this setter function, we are updating this value. So same thing we are going to pass inside the payload. So here I will be writing number, and inside that I will write e.target.value. Now we are using this event handler. So this entire thing I will be passing as callback function. Okay, you do not have to worry. Whenever we are updating something, this onChange event handler will be fired, and inside this we are just passing our dispatch function, and accordingly this action has to be triggered. Now here I will be writing switch. Inside this I'm going to pass action.type. Here I will be writing case. My case is nothing but set step. Copy. Here I will be pasting. Inside this, what I want to do, I just want to access my payload property, and I want to update my step property. This count property I do not want to change. So initially, I'm just going to copy my entire state, and inside this, what I want to update, I only want to update my step. Copy. And for this, what I will do, I will simply write action.payload. Here I will write action.payload. And this entire thing I should be returning as object. Why? Because our initial state is object. So here I will write return. Then I'm just going to open this curly braces, and here I will just close this curly brace. Simply what I have done, I have just returned object. I am copying entire state, and inside this state I am only updating my step. And for this step I just have to access action.payload, which is nothing but e.target.value. Now I'll come here, refresh this. Initially it is 1. Now you can see successfully I am able to change. OnChange event handler will be called. Dispatch will be triggered. inside this whatever action we are having, accordingly case will be returned. Okay, same steps you have to follow, but each and every time you have to think how you have to create the state and how you have to perform this updating logic. Then next we are going to work on this button. So here I will be writing on click, and inside this I will be passing this callback function. I will write here dispatch. I will be writing my action type. Here I will write decrement. Okay, nothing for this decrement. I have given decrement. Now same thing I will copy. For this plus button, I will be writing increment. Now when I click on this button, I have to trigger this dispatch, and accordingly I have to pass this action. Now I will copy this decrement. Below this case, I will be writing case. Then I will be writing decrement. And again what I have to do, I have to return entire object. I will copy my entire state. Now for this, I should be updating my count variable. Now for this, I should be updating my count property. I should not be updating my step. So I'm just going to copy my entire state. Now I'm just going to update my count property. So here I will be writing count. Inside this, what I will do, here I will just access this state.count. Now here inside this function we have destructured, but while accessing we should mention state.count because this state is holding entire object, and from that state I'm just accessing my count. And for this, based on my step value, I have to increment, as well as based on the step value I have to decrement. So here for decrement I will write minus, then I will be writing state. From there I'm just going to access my step. Now save it. Come here, refresh this one, click on this. Nothing is displayed, but you can see here based on the value I am able to display the result. If I give here 2, now here I will be having 9 days, 11, 13. So it keeps on going. Similarly, I'm just going to copy. Below this I will be pasting. Instead of this decrement, I will be writing increment. Again, it is going to return entire object. I'm just going to copy my entire state, and I will only update my count property. And here I will be writing plus. Come here, increase. Now you can see again I am having the result. Now let us work on this input field. For this input field also we should be making controlled element, and also we have to pass the value. Here initial value I'm just going to pass count. Now you can see initial value is minus 11. So that is the reason value is displayed. Refresh, increase this. Accordingly, I am able to update the value. But if I try to type something, nothing will be changed. Why? Because whenever we are updating input field, on change event handler will be fired. So here I will write on change event handler. Again, I will be passing the same thing. Here now, instead of passing any function, I will be using dispatch. Inside this, I will pass type. For this, I will give the type as set count, and inside this payload, I'm just going to pass this e.target.value. But before that, entire thing we have to convert into number. So here I will write e.target.value. Same operation what we have performed for this progress bar, same thing we are passing, but here we are having different type. Now for this we are going to create the state. I will come down, case, here I will be passing, I will write here return. Now for this what I have to do, I just have to access my action.payload, and here while accessing action.payload we are updating our step. Now for this again we will return object, copy the same state. Now instead of updating state, we have to update our count property, and from there I will access action.payload. Now I'll come here, Now if I try to type something successfully, I will be able to type the result. Again refresh, type something, but now when I click on this reset button, nothing is going to work. So now I am just going to come to reset button. Here for this, I will be writing on click is equal to, I will be passing this callback function. I will write here dispatch, and inside this, I'm just going to pass the type as reset. I will copy this. Whenever I click on this reset button, what I want to do, I just want to set it to initial state. So below this, I will be writing case. Then I'm just going to pass my reset. What I have to return, let me just write here colon, return initial state. And while returning initial state, I do not have to wrap inside this curly braces. Why? Because our initial state is already an object. So I do not have to pass inside object. It is simply going to return our initial state. And finally, I will be writing default. If nothing is there, simply return my state. Save it. Come here. Now if I click on this, you can see I am back to my initial state. This progress bar is working. When I click on this, accordingly, I am having the result, as well as when I click on this, my reset button is working. And if I am having step as 1 and this count as 0, my reset button is not displayed. But as soon as I update something, my reset button will be displayed. So this is the simple project. Once you understand the structure of useReducer, you will be able to master and you will be able to create any state. Instead of using useState hook, you can easily use useReducer, and accordingly you can dispatch the action. Now you can see at only one central place I am updating my entire state. Just practice all the projects. If you're having any doubts, or even if you want to explain me some topics, then you can comment down so that I can prepare for the tutorials and I can upload on my channel. Let us now understand how to determine number of use reducers in our project. If you remember, we created to-do list app, and also we have created one project to display the date. So in this to-do list project, what we did, we created reducer for managing the task, and also we created reducer for input field. And inside this display date, we had progress bar, and also we had increment and decrement input field. But here we have only created one reducer. Inside this to-do list, we have created two reducers, and accordingly we have managed the state. But inside this display date, we are having progress bar, we are having two input field for incrementing the counter as well as for decrementing the counter. But still, we have only created one reducer, and inside one reducer function, we have managed entire state. So now the logical question is, why are we doing in this way? Why in one project we are using two reducers? Why in another project we are using one reducer? Or you can also ask why we don't need separate use reducer for each input field. Because in this display date, in total, we are having two input field and one progress bar. So all in all, I will be having three input field. So this is a logical as well as valid question to ask, why for each input field we are not creating separate reducer, because inside this to-do list for managing the task we have created separate reducer, as well as for adding the item inside the input field we have created separate reducer. Now one by one let us understand advantages and disadvantages of using single reducer and multiple reducers. So first, let us consider this project. Inside this, what we have done, we have used single reducer. Accordingly, we have passed single state object, and inside that we have passed count property as well as we have passed step property, and both the properties we have passed inside our initial state. So here in this project, we are using only one reducer. So we are going to have one reducer function which will be managing this entire state update logic. So here, both the properties count and step we are passing inside this initial state. And we have used only single reducer for this entire project. Why? Because here count and steps are related to each other. So if we create only one use reducer, then it will make our code cleaner as well as simple to understand. But for each and everything, if I start creating separate reducer, then it will be difficult to manage our entire state updating logic. And if you remember this project, our step is going to control how much count is incremented or decremented by. Based on the step, based on the progress bar value, we are incrementing or decrementing the counter. So here, both step and count are related to each other. Based on the change in the step, my count value will be either incremented as well as it is going to decrement its value. So definitely keeping them only in one reducer ensures consistency between these two values. So when we are using useReducer and if we are creating state by including all the variables which are related to each other, then it becomes very easy to maintain our code. Why? Because if we start creating separate useReducer for count and step, then we would have to handle cross state effects, which means if a step changes, we should think how it is going to affect our count. So that makes our simple code very difficult, and also our entire simple logic will become very complex. So that is the reason in this project we have combined both count and step inside one single reducer, which will allow straightforward state management. So for this, I do not have to create complex logic, and also I do not have to worry when my step changes how it is going to affect my count, because we are updating all in one single reducer function. But now let us come to this to-do list project. Here for managing the task and for input field, I have created two use reducers. So now step by step, let us understand, is it necessary or is it not necessary? So first of all, it is not necessary to use separate use reducer hook for managing the task and input field. But in this project, I have shown you because when you're working in project, maybe at one point you need to use separate use reducer, then you should be having understanding of how to create multiple reducers. So again, you can take this as a challenge and you can combine both into a single reducer by structuring your state in more comprehensive way. So whenever you are creating the state in more precise way, you can define the state. Accordingly, you have to update the logic in your reducer. Okay, as I mentioned, it is not necessary, but still it is valid to separate use reducer hook when we are having completely independent pieces of state that are not directly related to each other. In our previous project, count and step were related to each other. In this project also, whatever data we are typing inside the input field, as soon as I click on the add button, the data has to be added in my list. Somewhere they are related to each other, but in most of the projects, our data will not be related to each other. So in that case, it is completely valid to use separate use reducer and accordingly manage their own state. But now in this project, why have we created separate reducers? So first answer I have given you, because whenever you're working in project, you should have understanding of how to create separate reducer. And second is, when we are having lot of input field, we can manage that input field inside one separate use reducer so that our code will be cleaner and also easily we can maintain our code. Just imagine if we are having multiple input field. So to manage all the input field, we have created one complete different reducer so that they will not be dependent on any other state. and all the state updating logic will be present inside their own reducer function. That makes our code cleaner and also easy to maintain. But now let us understand some of the advantages and disadvantages of using multiple reducers in our project. So first advantage is separation of concern. So whenever we are using separate reducer, it is going to allow us to isolate different parts of our state, making our logic more modular. So in this project, for managing the task and for handling input field, we have created separate state which can help us organize our code more cleanly and more efficiently. Then simplified reducer logic. So by splitting these concerns, each reducer focuses on specific part of the logic. This results in simpler and more readable reducer function as they don't have to handle unrelated actions. Then we are having scalability. Just imagine your project is growing larger, and in that, if you are using only one use reducer, then you will mess up and you will not be able to get the proper result. Then in that case, having separate reducers makes easier to manage changes and different updates. For example, if I want to add more input fields or additional task management features, then I don't have to deal with larger reducer. Instead, what I have done, I have created separate reducer for both, and accordingly, both will be managing their own actions inside the reducer. Then, most important, improved debugging. As I mentioned, if our project grows larger, then it will be very difficult to handle one reducer. But now, since each reducer is going to handle its own slice of state, then debugging becomes straightforward because if any issue arises with input handling field, then we can only focus on that relevant reducer rather than shifting through entire logic that also manages the task. So it is going to improve the debugging as well. One more important advantage, it is going to reduce unnecessary re-renders. Why? Because whenever we are updating our input field, it is not going to trigger re-render for task or vice versa. So it is simply going to prevent unnecessary re-renders. Then finally, clarity in actions. So whenever we are separating reducers, each reducer will be having clear set of action types specific to their domain. For managing the task, I will be having different action. For managing the input field, I will be having different action. So for each and everything, our reducer will be having different set of action for that specific domain. And also, it is going to provide flexibility for future refactoring. What we can do in more easy way, we can migrate one part of the state to different component or context without touching the entire state logic. So migration is possible whenever we are separating entire logic. But as already said, when there are advantages, there are also disadvantages. So let us now focus on disadvantages of using separate use reducer. First is overhead of multiple use reducers. So if you're working in larger and complex project, in that case, it is completely valid to use different reducer for which states are not dependent on each other. But if you are maintaining separate reducer for simple project, then you are going to increase the complexity and also you have to write more complex code. So in simple project, you can easily go with single reducer and accordingly you can update the entire logic, as well as for simple complex project, if you start using multiple reducer for each and every input field, then it is just going to increase our boilerplate because we already know use reducer setup comes with its own boilerplate. We are going to have initial state, we will have action types, we are going to have reducer function, we are going to have dispatch function. So how many use reducers you are going to use? That many times you have to use all this concept to implement your code. So for simpler project, do not increase the boilerplate. If you're having one or two state updates, then you can directly go with useState. You do not have to look inside this useReducer hook. And third is communication between reducers. So if our input state and task state need to interact, for example, whenever we are adding tasks based on the input value, then managing communication between separate reducers could be slightly more complicated compared to having only one reducer. So here in this project, we have done the same thing. So that is the reason inside both the reducer, we have to add separate logic for updating the state. So in this project, we have done the same thing. Whatever value we are entering inside the input field, as soon as I click on add button, the value has to be added inside the input field. So here in this project, we are communicating between reducers. So that is the reason we had more boilerplate in our code. So in conclusion, you have to separate reducers only when different parts of the states are independent to each other. If they are dependent on each other, then only one reducer is fine, and accordingly, you can get the same result without increasing any boilerplate. Again, it comes to personal preference, how you want to structure the code and how you want to manage the state. But as a beginner, if you want to completely understand about this use reducer, for simple project also, you can try to convert into use reducer so that when you go into complex project, then it should be like a cake on a plate. You should not feel any complexity and you should be ready to tackle any situation.